So, guys, yeah, I had to play some set the mood. So yeah, I just dropped the link, so anyone who still want to talk on this subject can come on up. Yeah, man, 4 hours, man. Like there was a lot of information. It's a very, I'll say, sensitive topic. Knowledge is power. So I see we have 13 people in the building. Hey, anybody wants to come up? Everybody, a lot of people wanted, to say something, but, they didn't have time to get their thoughts out. So, all right, I'm basically going to be waiting, if you still want to talk, there's the link, come on up, come on up. Or do you want me to play more drums? Any takers? Now, there's while I'm waiting for people, I wanted to mention there is a book. It's called The Transatlantic uh, of the Slave Trade. It's a book that was published in 2010, and I'm looking here on Amazon. One of the hard copies right now, it's like over $200. I remember, I think I was listening to like a sermon or something, and then someone mentioned this book. And the good thing about this book is it shows you a bunch of maps, and like it show you the routes and everything how it was happening. So, like I mentioned on the Ramil show, that what was happening is there have been a lot of misplacement on purpose, so people who knew each other they cannot tell. And then here in America, what's happening is a lot of the runaway slaves. What they do is they'll go to those kingdoms, those native kingdoms, and usually like what we have in the mind in our mind, when we think about Native American, we see them, with a little bit of light skin, with the straight hair and all that. What you see in the movies are basically the descendants of the mestizos. Mestizos is Spanish for mixed or métis. So a lot of Native American, they interbreed. So uh, what they show you on TV is more what they want you to see. But no, the most natives were dark. Like think about like the Indian from the east, like they have straight hair, and some of them are dark like us. But you also had who had woolly hair. So there's when it comes to history, I'll call it history. It's like a bologna. It's a mix of a lot of things. So you're not gonna just make it seem like, okay, history is linear, it's just one narrative. No, you can't do that. So yeah, I see people still, people shy right now. What's going on? Ramil show was on fire. People still, they want to talk about this subject. Where's everybody? Come on. Don't be shy. I see Terry say more drums. Okay, let me play more drums. You know what I do? Since we talk about Native Americans, right? Okay. Uh, okay. Let me bless y'all with something. Uh, I'm still waiting for people to come up. Let's see, Native American. Uh, what is it? Native American music. Yeah, I'm still by myself. Where's everybody? Come on, come on up. What's up, Topac? What's up, man?
Peace, peace. What's up with it?
Hey, how you doing, man? You still over there overseas, huh?
Nah, nah, I'm back now.
Yeah, hey, I like your dress there, man. You look like a king, man.
Yeah,
Peace to
yeah,
you, man.
wait.
That was an interesting topic over there, man. Like, I remember you years back. We had a conversation. That was before you went overseas. Remember?
Nah, I don't even remember.
You probably forgot. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll refresh your memory where you had to speak that game, quote unquote, to the British.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that's how I remember. I think I remember you were mentioning how you were gonna go overseas and stuff like that. So yeah, um, since you're here, I don't want to say much, but please go ahead and you can introduce yourself and you can basically, since we're doing an overflow of Ramil, tell us what you know about this subject, man. Go ahead.
Ah man, peace, peace, man. You so little steak and feel me, man. I got an echo. That's my shit or what?
Hold on one second. It's me. What happened is whenever I'm playing music, if I want it to sound clear, I disable it. Can you do I? Is there echo now? No
Nah,
echo?
nah, it's cool.
Okay. Yeah, I took it off. Yeah, I took it off. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when it come down to this subject right here, basically shit, I think this right here is a major piece that's missing out of people from America when we talking especially about the from the northeast to the southeast through the Midwest and through East Texas. I
Yeah.
think this is real significant to our history because it's a lot of us, a lot of parts of us that's missing back there, and our ancestors built America. Without us, we wouldn't have built it. The Buffalo Soldiers built the whole West.
Yeah.
They put the people who they call Native American. They put them on the reservations.
Mm.
Buffalo Soldiers put them on the reservation. That's how they ended up there. If people really knew the history, which was the 1910, which was in the Civil War, the Union created the USCT, United States Colored Troops. Now, through the United States Colored Troops, before then they were called contraband. If you look it up, so what they did was they built all the forts. They did the heavy labor or whatever, and then they passed the act in 1862 called the Militia Act, which
Yeah.
now black people can be qualified into the they can be in the militia now. And now
Mm.
they didn't the union was still racist, so they didn't want to fight colors together with them. So they created the United States Colored Troops, and that's where a
Mm.
lot of these runaway slaves, which were all of these recruitment officers, was recruited in Indian territory, Indian communities, which were all black communities. Now the
Mm.
Underground Railroad ran through all of these Indian communities through the trails, through the Indian trails, the Indian trade routes. This is what this is what the Underground Railroad ran through. Also, this is what the USCT ran through. That's why they'll become colored troops once they're enlisted in the army. But a lot of these were still in their tribal names before they went to the army, and they broke most of the records. And you had the Company K sharpshooters, which came from the Iroquois, the Shawnee, the Illinois tribe, the Miami tribe, Oda tribe. Yeah, all of them boys linked up. They fought through the Ohio River and shit.
And see, that's what I tell people. It's very important to read because what's the saying? You want to keep things from these Negroes, put it in a book, and the information out there, but they're not gonna motivate you to tell you to hear. So that's another thing. I always tell brothers is like, hey, you gotta do the research because they're not telling us everything. You're not gonna get it in just like a 1 hour or 2 hour documentary. You have to actually go there and read. And there are some books, man. Like if you were to look at it, you're like, man, I'm not gonna read all this. That would take me forever. But you have to if you wanna know.
Yeah, that's the only way you're gonna know. That's why I feel like out of all of this, through any of one of the Pan Africans, Kemetic science, Hebrew, Moorish science, um, uh, Nuwapian, any of these different ideologies or schools of thought, the most prevalent, the one that'll get you closer to where you're going, would be through genealogy, tracing your ancestors. And if you were born in America, Then what you have to do from where you starting at, you have to go back and walk it down generation by generation, which is possible through doing your genealogy. Now they got a AfricanAncestry.com out there, right? Where a lot of these people getting these DNA kits from. See, what they don't know is that this is stolen legacy right here. So in 1991, during the construction for a federal building, construction crew found a burial ground. They was in Manhattan building. They found a burial ground. Well, the burial ground when they went in was Negro. People was black. Now, in 1991, so the government came in, they called on Howard University to put a historical black past to history to it. And so it became the ABG. Y'all look it up. It's called the ABG, African Burial Ground. And on that, and so they started doing excavation, and they called this the first free black the first African slaves over here in New York. That's what they called it. But they ain't tell you in 1926 when they bought they scammed their way for this area from the Mad Hatters, which was black tribes. Then 38, 39, they went to war. The Mohawks got guns and they went over there and slaughtered these people. All right, and this is a burial ground that they was under. In 1990, they passed a federal law saying that if they do excavations, they could take shit as long as they could put it back, because they were getting pushback from indigenous people telling them that they couldn't build on top of those indigenous grounds around New York. The whole New York is under on top of a Indian burial ground, which is niggas up in there. And so that's when they turned to black. Ahead of that Howard University genetics team was a nigga named Rick Kittles. Okay, and they got 2.3 from the government to put this in its proper context. They didn't get to finish the whole thing because they didn't fund it all. Michael Blakey came out with CNN, and he was on that project with him, and he told how the nigga took the traces or whatever, and they wasn't able to classify them. But those 400 bones that he started on, that's where he started the AfricanAncestry.com from, which was funded through the government too. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of niggas, if you don't know their history, old dirty bastard, he was a Indian he was an Indian, and he speak about that story. His ancestors signed the treaty with the Dutch to give away Manhattan for trinkets.
Yeah, they were tricked. I even remember how New York was given. Basically, see, the thing with the Native American, like the Europeans, they were slick. Like they were like in their culture, they didn't look at the stuff like jewelry and stuff like that as treasure. So when they did the trade, they were like, well, hey, your ancestors they accepted that, so hey, we take it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Them. It was all about trickery. And I know a lot of people usually they don't like me mentioning the Bible, but the Bible even talks about like the prophets they were seeing in the future what will happen. He said they came our way. They had. It said the words were smooth like butter, but murder was in their heart, and they had swords. It's like somebody is like, "Hey, what's up?" But he got a knife hiding behind his bag with his right hand, ready to stab you when you turn your back. Meaning they had an agenda. It wasn't like they're coming here because they needed survival like they taught us in school. They said, oh, the pilgrims, they came here and they were starving, they didn't know what. No, they knew what they were doing. The Europeans were using the gullible of their people to come here as like they were bringing like the people who have quote unquote a good heart, but the military and everything, they had it on their agenda. It was all about money and stuff like that, and power, take land. That's all it was. That's all it was. But the thing is, history, there's so much because they didn't teach us from our youth. So it's like when you're an adult and you actually had to go out and research, it's like you're trying to catch up for all the years that you missed out. Go ahead, Topaz. You got anything more to add, man? I know it's.
Oh yeah. Check it out, man. See, it's a lot of this. It's a lot of history about this country people don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
even when we take it into account with the white boys too, they'll say, well, the pale face came over here and they just threw niggas in slave road. When they came over here, they brought land.
Yeah.
I mean, they brought slaves. Well, first off, if they gonna come over here, they don't even first. They would have to have some reservations or something, or somewhere where they gonna live and lay their head. But they gonna sleep on the boat. So it's certain shit we gotta be logical about. So they come
Mm.
over here. Now they need a space to camp out at and live.
Yeah, build some huts or something or tent.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
so now they done brought all of these African slaves with them. Where they taking them? Where they don't have nowhere to lay down.
yeah,
So it's just you gotta be coming first. You gotta go get the motherfucking land. Then you can start bringing what you gonna bring with you. You don't even know what you gonna eat. All right.
yeah,
So well the we start walking it down through there. But anyway, they through their relationships with these Indians is how they start to come out. Now the Indians start fighting each other because they gave them European weapons. Now the European nation, are you familiar with the Indians gave the Constitution to the 13 colonies?
yeah, yeah. Basically, the Americans they didn't forge it. They basically uh implement what the Native Americans already had. Like they didn't quote unquote. It wasn't a new thing. It already existed. Basically, the Constitution already existed because that's what I was saying. The Native American, what they call tribes, were actually kingdom. People have to take this mindset, like how they teach us. Okay, this is how I explain it. It's like the United States has 50 states, right? 50 states represent 50 kingdom, and you have, let's say, the Arabs. They come in and they start to take over. They start you say I'm a Texan or I'm a New Jersey or I'm a New Yorker, whatever, right? And they start taking your land piece by piece, one by one, and a few centuries later, titles like Texas or something, they'll be like, it's some story. Who cares? That's what happened. They were their own individual kingdom. So when they saw the threat, they started united. But like I said, divide and conquer. The conquerors, the Europeans, they began to basically sweet talk all the tribes and make them say, "Hey, we're gonna give you a favor. Look, you can't win. We got the weapons, right? So come on our side, and we're gonna give you some. We're gonna give you some goodies. Hey, you see that tribe over there? They're standing in a nice land. Hey, you're gonna get it. So I even put up an article when it's talking about it's a museum, I think in Oklahoma. Let me post the link in the chat. You guys can read it. It's called from was it Houston Public Media? Let me post it. Basically, it says broken promises on display at Native American treaties exhibit. So you guys can read that too. So, like I say, there's information out there. They're not just gonna come and tell you, right? Like even while Ramil mentioned, uh, oh shoot, I don't know if the link posted. It's a very long link, so I don't know why if it posted or not. But yeah, yeah. So what happened is Giraffe say, how does this defeat the yeah, I know 0-0 will jump in on real quick. What was I even saying? Yeah, so with the treaty where they began to basically create infighting amongst the different kingdom, and basically see this up point. That's what I was telling the other brother. There is one narrative of what happened, and there is another. So you can just look at one narrative to the story because there are different perspective of the story, right? Like for an example, some Black Americans will say, "Well, if I'm Native, why I don't remember my language?" The people don't realize there was a time in America where it was illegal for a Native American to speak his mother tongue. They would beat them. They brought them like basically reprogramming. They even have freaking movies about it, TV shows. But what they were doing is, like, see, the whole school system, it was segregated by who are you teachers? Europeans. And that's where the whole thing about whipping the hand, like the belt, like beating children in school was because they were beating those kids from speaking the native tongue. You gotta learn English. Don't know your mother's tongue. So it's like after generation, my grandma spoke Cherokee. Oh, my grandma spoke Choctaw, whatever. Why don't you? What happened? There's like a gap. Why? Because it was beat off of you. So those kind of stories. That's what I say. That's one part of the narrative too. So you can't just look one way and say, okay, this is what happened. No, there's a lot of things that happen, and here we are today. So if you try to quantify all of it, we're gonna be here all of it. We're gonna be here for years because there's so much you can't just quantify. Because since a lot of stories they didn't tell us from our youth, it's like you have to catch on. That's why you have big books out there that if you have to read, you gotta take time. And I mean, who has time in this time of trouble? Most people are here. They're not thinking about reading knowledge. They're thinking about surviving. The economy is in a shit. The stock market keep falling down. People losing money. So it's like there are other things better to worry about than think about reading some books and all that. So yeah, I mean, there's so much to talk about it. You got anything to add, Topcast? I see you over there. You're probably busy. And
Yeah, man. Let me share. I'm gonna share my screen real quick, man. I just want to
okay,
show something.
okay, 1 second. Uh, like when you share a screen, is it gonna come over here? Because I don't see any notification yet. I think if you're sharing a screen, it's gonna basically ask me permission.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, you should have a button, a option that says share screen whenever you're in.
All right, you don't see me.
Let's see.
Can you see me now?
No, hold on. I don't see anything yet. Like on my screen, it shows me sharing. Like if I want to share a screen, it shows me picking up an option to share my screen. But I don't know on your part. Okay, I see. It says. Oh, okay. I don't see anything yet. Um, are you on your computer or?
Yeah, I'm on the computer.
Okay. I think there should be like where you have the mute, star cam, share screen. I think that should be the like if you click it, then it's probably gonna. Okay, I see it. I see it. Okay, I see it.
Okay, all right. So right here, right now, what we're looking at.
Let me
This,
remove the banner. Hold on. Okay, here you go. Go ahead.
all right, right here. What we're looking at right here. This is H. Con Res 331 in the United States, in the Senate of the United States. All right. Now, check this out. Current resolution to acknowledge the contributions of the Iroquois Confederacy nations to the development of the United States Constitution. So, right here, remember them people I was telling y'all about in Ramil tribe? I said the Dutch paid the Iroquois to kill the Lenape so they could take their land, New York. That's New York was called New Amsterdam at that time. New Amsterdam. All right, now, whereas the original framers of the Constitution include, damn, my bad, I skipped this here. All right, to reaffirm the continuing government to government relationship between Indian tribes and the United States established in the Constitution. Whereas the original framers of the Constitution include, most notably, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concepts of the Six Nations of the Iroquois. Okay? Then where this shit coming from? Whereas the Confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, as were many of the democratic principles which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. You know what I'm saying? So right here, they're acknowledging that they got their whole setup of government from the Iroquois Indians. All right, now if we go through a story, we'll come over here, right? This the Dutch Indian Wars right here. All right, so the Dutch fur trade started with a company known in the United States, New Netherlands Company. Although independent traders soon took over, by the 1620s, the Dutch West India Company had taken a larger role in the fur trade and also attempted to establish guidelines which Dutch traders were required to maintain peace. All right, so when we come down here, they're going to end up starting a war. All right, around 1657, Esopus Indians who lived in the heart of New Netherlands were tired. They were tired of the Dutch encroachments on their land, and they were weary of the Dutch interference in lifestyle. The warriors assaulted Dutch farms. One night, they parlayed the Dutch officials. So now they starting to go to war, and they end up massacring them. on their land or whatever through arming the Iroquois. All right, another when we coming down southeast. We'll talk about the Indian slavery, right? Slavery amongst the Native Americans. When we come right here, slavery amongst Native Americans include slavery by Native Americans, well as slavery of Native Americans, roughly with the present-day United States. Tribal territories, the slave trade ranged over present-day borders. Some Native American tribes held war captives as slaves. Okay, what I kept saying earlier, that them niggas, if you lose the war, your ass become a slave. Nigga, that's how it goes. So Native American tribes were held as war captives, war captives was held as slaves prior to and during European colonization. All right, some Native Americans were captured and sold others into slavery. So niggas ain't even tell you that Indians was capturing Indians and selling them into slavery. I mean, selling them to the Europeans, while others were captured by Europeans and sold into slavery. And a small number of the tribes in the late 18th and 19th centuries adopted the practice of holding slaves as chattel property. All right, those were the mixed breeds. When the mixed breeds started coming in the 1780s, when they signed the treaty with the U.S., which went under the jurisdiction of the U.S., meaning their protection against the black fraction of the Indians. All right. And so right here, when we come right here, pre-contact form of slavery was generally distinct to chattel slavery. Native Americans, European influence greatly changed slavery by the Native Americans as they raided other tribes to capture slaves for sales of European. They fell into destruction of wars against themselves. So we fought each other. Watch this here. Last part, and I'm gonna get off of it. All right, we can come over here. So it's just when the English settled in the Low Country region, this was right here for Tuscaroras, the Wabanaki, the Yamasee, all these black tribes. Many of these indigenous people already been exposed to European through the Spanish. All right, we come through here. Slavery contributed into tensions between the Low Country native groups and Carolina settlers while attempting to replicate the Barbarian system on the plantation. Carolina settlers also, okay, say that they depended on enslaved African labor. Carolina settlers also enslaved significant number of American Indians. Settlers traded guns. Watch this shit here. They traded guns, manufactured goods to the American Indians for deer skin and slaves. All right, for deer skin and slaves. So the deer skin trade was real major amongst the Creeks. All right, one more before I get out of here. All right, Benjamin Hawkins. He was down there present at the Red Stick War, right? He was fucking with a black chick named Lavina Downs. Hawkins established Creek agency on his plantation near Roberta, Georgia, in what became Crawford County. He learned the Muskogee language. He had a Creek woman named Lavina Downs. Lavina Downs. I ain't make that shit up. Her name was Lavina Downs. All right. She was black. Lavina Downs was black. As common law wife who in the Creek matrilineal society provided a entry into that world. He had 7 children with her, although he resisted Creek pressure to marry her because he didn't want to marry a black woman. He was getting a lot of flack from his other people now, but he loved her. Plus, this gave him sovereignty to the land. So he was able to operate outside of the U.S. at this time. So he had basically like a dual citizenship because his kids were Creek. And he ended up marrying her at the end of his life. But yeah, this was Benjamin Hawkins. All right, what was my last one? Then I'm gonna get out the mic. All right, check it out. So when I kept saying that down south, it was a mulatto situation on down south, the northeast through the Midwest and shit. That was a mulatto situation. It had nothing to do with the people who called Plain Indians. It had nothing to do with them, the TP Indians. Nothing to do with them. This was all black people and white people marrying them. This dude right here, do you think he look like a white boy?
I mean, he looks like a Hispanic. Like he looks white, but you know, you can tell that he probably that's a white guy. Yeah, that's a Caucasian, but he
Look,
has some of the native features on it. Like I don't know,
this
it's
is
hard.
the president of the Cherokee Indians right now.
Yeah, that he doesn't look Cherokee. No.
This is Bill John Baker. Bill John Baker, you know how he became Cherokee? His family married his grandpa married a black lady. He'll tell you that.
What? So basically, he basically by him like marriage, right? So it's like a contract. If you marry with amongst us, then you become one of us, basically.
And that's what happened down south.
Yeah.
That's why when you go down south in America, you see nothing but our culture down there. In 1825, they passed a law, Cherokee, through the Ridge and Boudinot fraction. They passed a law and said that you no longer had to marry a black woman in order for
So
your kids
basically,
to be considered.
he basically by him like marriage, right? So it's hey, like a bro. Okay, yeah, mute up. We were hearing ourselves. Go ahead, top guys.
Yeah, so basically in 1825, they passed a law saying that they no longer had to marry these black women to become for their children to become Indian, right? Or have rights to the land. So now they can marry white women. This was in 1825 under Ridge and Boudinot. And the reason why it happened is a dude named Elijah Boudinot. His real name is Buck Whitey. But through a program that was taking place in New York through the Puritans, they were taking these mixed race kids and they were bringing them in and shaping them up in the school. But what happened, this nigga here was playing 15 years old. He wrote a book called A Storm in the West. A lot of Hebrews used that book because they say the lost 10 tribes came here. But he got that through the white boy Puritans who were the first to use it against the Algonquins when Eliot and the Baptist Church, Roger Williams, split. And they end up split, and Roger Williams created the Baptist Church here. Eliot, he created the Eliot Bible here, and he went with the Algonquins, right? This was a fur trade. This was a beaver war. You know what I'm saying? They split, but they created they different little religions. And through Eliot shit, he told these niggas that they was the lost 10 tribes of Israel. You know what I'm saying? That's how he got in. It's a missionary trick. But anyway, so Boudinot ended up fucking the nigga daughter, the superintendent daughter, and got her pregnant. This little mixed Indian who they done brought over here to shape up and start fucking this nigga daughter. Got her pregnant. And so them motherfucking politicians up there, they say, well shit, check it out. We gotta play. And this how they got, because she said she want to go back to Georgia and do missionary work with him. And they shut the whole program down after that. But they sent her back. But now they had got with him, passed it through law, and now the kids can be considered Indian, even though the mama is white. And this was their way of coming in. They end up pushing us out. Now we end up having a civil war with them a couple years later. The United States sided with the Upper Creek to fight against the Black Creek. You know what I'm saying? That was the first civil war in 1812. But this how Bill John Baker became. That's what I'm saying. These are white families who started doing the same shit that they did in the United States. White families, breeding out the black people. They separated themselves legally.
Hey, Topcats, to just add to your point, whenever I drive through Oklahoma, right? Whenever I'm passing the casino or I see those billboards and they talk about their the leaders like the chief and whatever, you see, you be like, wait a minute, this guy's ain't no Indian. That's what it cracks me up, man.
Yeah, them motherfuckers ain't no Indian, man. Them white boys out there.
Yeah.
And see, in the Civil War, what happened was the Confederates, they went and got the plain Indians to come fight with them because they needed to learn that terrain. We were the interpreters. Even if you go through the Civil War, you go through all of the wars. We were the interpreters. We were the interpreters. We were the scouts. Hold on, I'm finna pull something up. I ain't gonna just talk about it.
Okay.
Go on, talk to him. I'm about to pull something up.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I got all the time, man. I got all the time here.
Hey, legendary. Hey, Fast and it's live. Thank y'all, man. I'm coming in from Ramil show. I just want to ask legendary because I get in an argument with my big cousin. I'm 30 and he 35, and he keep arguing about reparations. And he was talking about and I was explaining to him because he was basically making a point. Well, both of us had points, but we had an argument, debate about basically the Choctaw Casino because we from Texas. So the closest casino to us is the one in Oklahoma. And I was trying to explain to him like when people talk about reparations, well, I want to ask, when I was coming on here, I'm coming to ask you, Legendary, isn't the Choctaw Casino evidence of them saying here, okay, we did them wrong. We did these the group of the Choctaw tribe, we did them wrong. We're gonna give them this in return. And so my cousin making an argument saying that we as blacks, American blacks in Texas, we owed money. We just saying blacks in the nation, period. Any black in the United States, we are owed reparations due to the fact that we're because he's saying that even though, because I was asking him, well, are you gonna go after the slave owners? He was like, no, they dead. I said, so well then, who you want to pay you? So he was like, oh, well, then, well, what about the kids who still benefit off of the reparations that they had received back then? He was like, the kids still benefit off of that land that they stole. And the kids, basically the slave owners' descendants, they still benefit still to this day, is his argument. So he's saying we are owed due to that. And I want to ask you your thoughts and opinion on that, Legendary, because you bringing some good facts that he wasn't bringing.
Well, when you think about Texas, a lot of people don't know the first slaves came to Texas in 1822. 1822, it was a nigga named Moses Austin came there pushing that shit. Now,
we hear feedback. You got your volume up. You're playing. Do you have a headphone to hear? Or?
Oh, excuse me. I'm using a microphone. All right, let me just mute my mic. I'm sorry. It's echoing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 1822, a white boy came to Texas, started lobbying. You know what I'm saying? At this time, cotton on the rise like a motherfucker. The British buying the shit out their cotton. And so where the cotton was growing there was a lot of cotton in Texas. But they had a Indian trade post in East Texas, right there in Nacogdoches. And so they started lobbying coming through there. He went into the area where San Antonio is. He started paying some people. They had 17 constituent states in Mexico. Mexico owned Texas at this time. And so one of the poorest one was a place called Coahuila, Texas. Coahuila, Texas, them niggas was poor there. This white settler came in there throwing all type of money. He ended up dying. His son took over. His son's name was Stephen F. Austin. They end up bringing in, they got a contract with the Spanish. They end up losing that war in the 20s. It got turned over to Nancy new nigga running it. Vicente Guerrero come through there and outlawed slavery in 1829 in Texas. He first black Mexican president, he outlawed slavery. They killed him the next year. But what was taking place there at that time was an Indian removal. They found gold in 1829. Y'all look up the gold rush of 1829. They found gold in Virginia, Georgia, Florida, and Alabama. And so they pushed them out. They pushed them out of their area right there. This was us. When you think about down south, just think about the culture. We took care of white folks down there. When I keep saying this was a mulatto, this was a black and white situation down there in the south. That's why we eat soul food and white folks eat southern food. All right? They eat the same shit we eat, same recipe, everything. They just call it southern. Because back then, the mixed breeds, Indians, they didn't call themselves whites. They didn't call themselves Indian. They called themselves southerners. All right? And this was through their relationship with black people. The Confederate flag, you had a fraction called the Chickamaugas. Them niggas carried that flag. They were black people. See, a lot of this shit, man, they done mixed it up through the history. But you had the Chickamaugas, a nigga named Bose. He came out this way in the 80s, 1780s. They signed the Treaty of Hopewell, the Treaty of Tellico in 44, because it was 78, 81, 84, 86, 88. That was Hopewell. 91 was Holston. 94 was Tellico. Them niggas end up pushing off. They came to Arkansas. They known as the Western Cherokees now, because you got two bands, Eastern and Western. The Westerners left. A nigga named Bose. He went to Arkansas. They killed these white boys. They got into it with these white boys. White boy tried to tax him on some shit. Them niggas take off on it. Boom, 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 boom. White boy hit one of the little homies with a boat pole, killed them. They murdered all of them, took them to New Orleans. They faced trial, came back. He went to East Texas, hooked up with a nigga named William Golston, who fought in the war 1812. William Golston Jr. These are Nacogdoches legends. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Look them up, because I'm from Dallas, so I don't really know much about Nacogdoches, but I'm gonna look them up. I'm glad you told me that.
Yeah, William Golston Jr. These are all black people. He was Sam Houston interpreter for the Cherokees coming out of East Texas. You and Dad, I know you got some people in East Texas then.
Yep.
Where your people them from in East Texas?
And Mahale.
Okay, yeah.
The hell and a little bit in Tyler.
Oh well, that's Cherokee County. All of that shit down there.
Yep,
Cherokee
and my cousin, his grandma, she is a real Indian, but I don't know what tribe. But
What tribe? Yeah. Your
she
people them ain't never said you got people in your family that's Indian.
yeah, I do. No, they are Indian, but they don't have. That's why I'm
They
bringing.
just don't know what tribe, right?
Yes, that's right, legendary. This shit scary, bro. Because my cousin right now that I be with every day, this nigga got like silky curly hair. He black as hell, but you can see the Indian in his hair, in his DNA. But he don't know, he don't have no ties or connection to follow that, to follow up on that.
Yeah, because after the Civil War, see, Texas had a stronghold. Texas had more black people because niggas started coming. Watch this here. I'm finna share my screen again. I'm gonna show y'all these niggas called some of the scouts.
Okay.
These were y'all familiar with the Seminole Wars, or they're called the Gullah Geechee Wars and shit like that?
Yeah, I remember we learned that in school, but I'll say, like I said,
I hate about in the Texas public education, they only talk about that bullshit Alamo shit, and I don't want to give me more.
I tell you, that was a black story. That was because them niggas outlawed slavery. Vicente Guerrero, the first black Mexican president, and he murdered a lot of niggas to get up there. His homie, they killed the nigga and got him put up there, but he wasn't doing the right thing. They murdered him, and Vicente took over. He outlawed slavery, and they ended up killing him in 30. But in 36, that's when they fought in Alamo. But it was all over. The white settlers wanted to come here from Alabama, Georgia, and all that shit there, and they were bringing their slaves from over here through the wars of 1812-13, which the black fought the mixed race Creeks and the Cherokees and shit, because they rode too. Whitey and Ross and them, they rode that shit too. But what's live is we got they bitch ass back in the Civil War when we sided with the Union, and them hoes put pistols in our hand, nigga, and we went and took care of all of them fake ass niggas, all them mixed Indians. We took care of Whitey. They shot John Ross. Whitey, he went down as one of the top Confederate. Even Robert E. Lee. We took down Robert E. Lee, 54 Massachusetts, nigga. That's Iroquois, Algonquins, them niggas coming up out of there. New York, Philadelphia niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? We broke down Robert E. Lee. All them top white boys, Nathan Belford, all of them niggas and white boys, they be talking about niggas broke them down. Color troops, nigga. Because couldn't nobody fuck with us on the land. They didn't know the land like us. We knew the languages and shit. It was still IT back then, Indian territory. All your cowboy stories, all your Wild Western niggas and shit. Then was black nigga. Cherokee Bill was black. Glassman, Dick Glass, he was black. These niggas coming out of Texas, Buffalo Soldiers, fought the Ku Klux Klan and shit. Wild Bill Daddy was out the 10th Infantry of the Buffalo Soldiers. He killed the white Ku Klux Klan nigga and left when he was 6. And that nigga started thugging. Cherokee started thugging. You know what I'm saying? But they killed him, but they got movies about him now with white boys playing it. But these are known black stories. He got caught. He was fucking with these hoes, and her uncle was a lawman, was a black sheriff. I mean, not a sheriff, but a black lawman, nigga. And came home while Cherokee was over there.
Yeah. Hey, Topcast, hold on. I saw a comment by Phantom Adept. He says something that's very key. He said, curly hair is not synonymous with so-called American Indians. Many of the indigenous Americans had woolly hair. Facts. So that's what I say. Remember,
when you had different
ones.
That's
what he got. He got woolly, silky. Yeah. It's woolly and silky like them. Like mine is like more hard and coarse, but his is like just like theirs.
Yeah, that's what I say. To Devil, he's very slick with his words. Like I say, they would call a king chief in their books to minimize his value. You see what I'm saying? Like, check this out. Let's say
my family, we use Mingo. We use Mingo. Mingo meant chief. My fourth great uncle, his name was AC Mingos. He had 3 brothers. They got killed. His name was AC Mingo. His sister ended up making it too. That's how they came to Texas.
And that's what I say. Like, because think about this. Let's say the leader of one kingdom, his name was let's say let me just use a word that let's say the person's name was Cherokee, right? Check this out. How does this sound in your ear? King Cherokee or Chief Cherokee? Which one has more weight?
Now they definitely was calling themselves Chief. Chief probably be like an anglicized shit too, but they that what we called each other was beloved. In the Northeast, they called each other beloved. All of those empress and emperor shit, they came between the niggas who had relationships with the British.
Yeah, that's what I said. They had started adopting European terms, basically.
Yeah. Now they did. But in our language, we always spoke our own languages all the way up through the 1920s and shit. You know what I'm saying? 20s, 30s, 40s. The civil rights was 100 years after the Civil War. They had the Reconstruction. They had the Freedmen's Bank. Y'all remember the Freedmen's Bank? Them niggas took all our money out of it. They had us putting our money in the Freedmen's Bank, and they took all of that shit.
Hey, they made a movie about that too, right? Just recently.
Yeah. And see, they had Tunis Campbell down there. Tunis Campbell got lands off of. After we fought, they turned it over through Reconstruction, and we got all of that Confederate land and shit that we got that was ours. That's where the 40 acres and the mule shit come from. Tunis Campbell, who his people never was enslaved or none of that shit there. He was out of the Iroquois. That nigga them, they went down to the Carolinas and they created their own government. They created their own army. They created their own villages down there. That's where 40 acres and the mule came from. Then Johnson, after they killed Lincoln, Johnson became president. He was a Confederate. He went down and turned all of that shit back over, right? And then this is why our history started getting mixed up at.
And this is even the flag and all this stuff come in right then.
And not only that, they mentioned that Lincoln, I think 7 U.S. presidents were actually mulattoes. They look white, but then their bloodline goes all the way to black, like or who you call mixed African and Native American. So they and in the books, because it was black and white pictures, you can't really know because black and white doesn't give you like the pigmentation, you know. But black scholars have done research. They're like, yeah, these guys were mulatto. But like you were saying earlier, some of the mixed kids, because of pressure from the other side, they didn't want to claim mixed, so they had to side how they look like. They would be like, oh, I'm white, but really they're not. They're mulatto, or how they call them mestizos, because they're half breeds.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, but like, yeah, like I was saying to you, Legendary, like she a real Native American, not like she just false claiming like they wore a little thing in their forehead. I don't even know what that shit is, but you know, that's where she from, and I don't know what tribe. I'm gonna go find out what tribe now that you told me.
Yeah, East Texas was all Cherokee. They and them came out there. The niggas was deep. Now, like I say, Ghosting. His family just had to come back and correct their status because in Nacogdoches, they got him down as an African American. And they had went back and proved that he wasn't African American, he was a Cherokee. You know what I'm saying? They got him on the mustard roads fighting in the Red Stick War 1813. So them niggas, it's a lot of our history out there. Most black people in Texas gonna tell you, nigga say nigga get a couple waves in his head. Nigga tell about nigga, well, I got Indian in my family.
Yeah, he do. Yeah, he got
yeah. I heard that a lot. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you another way that niggas know they Indian, right? It's called culture, right? Ain't no culture. If Native Americans was here before us, then they should have the dominant culture here. The dominant culture here is our culture. All right, the food that we eat. Everybody eat our food here. But if you go from motherfucking Texas, you go to goddamn Georgia, Mississippi, through Kentucky, Ohio, New York, you going all around this whole motherfuckers eat soul food. Motherfuckers eat soul food. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers got superstition. If a nigga sweep your feet with a broom, what you do?
Yeah, you sure right, yeah.
If a nigga break a mirror or some shit.
Yeah, they say it's bad luck and all this shit.
Big mama say, I dreamed of fishes last night. Different shit like this here. All of these shit here, what they call old wise tales and all this here. Don't nobody know this shit but Indians.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A nigga split the pole. You feel me? Or a nigga cross over you while you laying down type of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You want to get real country with a motherfucker if a female wastes soap dishwater on her shirt. You know what I'm saying? We want to get real country with it.
Walking under a loud, all kind of shit.
Yeah, come in the house with your hat on, hold your breath when you pass a grave site.
Yeah.
That's Indian shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's called culture. Motherfuckers do that shit from Maine to Spain. But it's culture, meaning a way of life. It's certain people do things a certain way. We ain't gotta have the title and all that, but it's certain shit that we do in our house. I always tell motherfuckers, you want to know a nigga culture, you go sit down at the dinner table. You want a Mexican culture, go to Mexican restaurant. Italian, go to Italian restaurant. In the South, we eat Southern food. They call white folks call it Southern food. They eat the same thing we eat. Why if white folks mix with Native American? Why they don't have no Native American customs? You know what I'm saying? Why we took care of their motherfucking ass. We were their interpreters. We did every motherfucking thing here. You know what I'm saying? We built the houses, built the neighborhoods, all that type of shit. Built the bridges. We did that shit because we knew the map. We the only one knew the motherfucking map. Native Americans didn't come to Western expansion.
That's why they befriend them first, like you said. They befriend them,
They
mix
had to
with them.
Yeah.
The motherfuckers ain't got white folks ain't got none of our culture. I mean, none of Native American culture. Motherfuckers don't even know Native American culture here. All of that shit out. We spoke all of them different languages and shit. I'll give you another nigga like the Seminole Scout. You had John Hoyce. He went down probably the Seminole legend, but these niggas came to Texas. They went to Nacimiento because they didn't want to go to Oklahoma because they were still enslaving niggas up there. You know what I'm saying? Meaning the other creeks from the war or the Civil War. Them niggas still beefing. Bitch, when I see you, I got you. And so they were still doing their thing. So they came down to Texas. They went to Nacimiento, Mexico, and got a job, and they were called the Seminole Scouts in history. And then they later became the Buffalo Soldiers. But they were the scouts. They were the scouts to the U.S. because they came there and they needed somebody to fight the Cheyenne and these other Indians that was coming from the West, which they called the Plain Indians, who I showed y'all earlier made them the architect of all Indians everywhere, meeting over us too. You know what I'm saying? We came from a different port, which we call Turtle Island, coming from the northeast, the southeast, and all that, which we call Turtle Island. You know what I'm saying? Two different things, two different people. But yeah, we kicked them niggas ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Buffalo Soldiers, 200 soldiers against 900 of them Plain Indians, who later became Mexicans and all the other shit. But we went 200 of us kicked them niggas ass in 3 hours. The United States Army got this shit written down like this. Yeah, niggas can't fuck with us. This was our shit. Always been our shit.
Yeah.
Well, then I gotta ask you then, legendary. But I mean, because like my boy Tommy always saying, he be saying like, when you say that, do you want to be the guy to say, yeah, I'm the dude that run everything, but some kind of magical way you lose it and now you can't never get it back? Like, you see what I mean?
It was magical though. It was a fight.
Well, you know what I mean. I'm not saying magical like literally. I'm saying like, how did they let them confuse them, trick them? Like, how did you get tricked?
I ain't tricking, bro. It wasn't no trick. It was a fight. It wasn't a trick. It was a fight.
So they just flat out just lost. They just flat out lost.
Well, what happened was, see, when shit really took a turn, we're gonna go back to 1711 through the Tuskegee War. Now we in the Carolinas and Virginias now. You got the Catawba, Clemson University. All of these colleges and shit got a lot of our history in them. You go to what's them hoes called? Clemson University. They'll tell you about the Catawbas and the Tuscaroras and all of this type of shit. North Carolina Tar Heels and shit. Nigga, them the black and shit. Yeah. All this shit here, Stono Rebellion. Stonos was an Indian out of the Carolina. These were the Stono Indians who rebelled in 39 and shit. When you get your Nat Turners and shit, who were Cheronaka Indian. You know what I'm saying? All of this shit here. So you got the wars where Indian tribes was going against Indian tribes. We was going against each other. 1715, the white boys tried to put laws out like you couldn't hunt. You need a license to hunt in certain areas and lands and shit. So
that's when they started that back then.
That's when they started that, and the Yamasee ended up murdering all of them niggas, and that started the wars of the Yamasee War, 1715. Now they didn't stop fighting. You go all the way down to the French and Indian War, which ended in the 1700s. What happened with us is we were breeding with some of the people that we would trade with. These niggas can come live down here with us. It's called adopting them in a tribe, and because a lot of people was getting money, it went through the women. That's why Big Mama's so important in our play, because we matrilineal. Big Papa can do whatever he do, but Big Mama is the cornerstone. Yeah. Because matrilineal. That's why if you got a baby mama, the baby usually go with the mama when y'all separate. If y'all ain't married, the baby get the mama last name. You know what I'm saying? Like this is Indian shit. This Indian shit. All right, so the nigga and so when the 1700 after them wars and shit we lost, the mixed race people started having relationships with the U.S. They was having relationships with them white boys, and they signed treaties which they forged our name or either didn't put our name on, and they were false treaties. And see, that's why that's what we was going through on Ramil channel over there. These different treaties and shit. That's what brought the war. And at the Civil War too, them niggas forced the Black Creek's name on that hoe because they said they ain't want slavery over there, and the white boys wanted slavery, and so they forced the war. They was forcing our name and these fake treaties and shit. This happened a little later in the 1770s though. So it wasn't no trick. They ain't really do no trick. It was once they got the white boy said, all right, I'm gonna ride, sign that bitch nigga, and we gonna stand on whatever, we got down. And they took them to war. And niggas lost because we killed each other so much that shit, by the time we start having to stick together, you had enemies. Nigga go to jail, Bloods and Crips gotta ride together, nigga. Yeah. And race ride, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we always wait till instead of riding together in first, we always wait till we have to ride together. And by
wait till you get in there jam, then you trying to stick. Now you trying to
Yeah, it was too late. Know what I'm saying? Nigga got out organized.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's been going on thousands. You can say what, over good 2,000 years?
Oh, some gang banging shit. That was all this shit come from tattoos, sign language, or what niggas call stacking and shit. All that shit come. That's Indian shit. Niggas standing on the other side of the river, nigga hit him up. Bam, bam, bam. What y'all need? I need a couple packs of it. All right, I'm gonna send a little nigga through there. You know what I'm saying? But when the white boy came, niggas got guns. So niggas who I've been beefing with, having fist fights with and shit, white boy came, gave them guns, and they went over there and killed. You know what I'm saying? Started laying niggas down, and then they started enslaving the other tribe. Now they hustling with this white boy now, and he they feel like they getting rich. You know what I'm saying? So I need some more land, and they start laying shit down. It's no different in the game, man. Nigga put up. What set y'all bang? What nigga y'all with us now? Niggas say now we want to do our own. They beat the shit out of them. You know what I'm saying? Bitch with us now. Now we got this corner, that corner, and we hustling on. It's our shit now, and we ain't changed. You know what I'm saying? And so the runaway slave came from Indian slavery. That's why the runaway slave came from Indian slavery. Nigga leave, you got to detribalize, you got to relocate. You know what I'm saying? And niggas go join other Indian communities and shit.
Well, no, I agree with you. I want to ask you just specifically on this part because I was watching a documentary called "Up from Slavery." It was on Tubi TV. You can go look at it for free. And it was basically, I would just want to speak to you about the part that you was mentioning on Ramil's show about Portugal coming to the African nations and asking them and basically coming to them to basically get some of the slaves they already had. And I was trying to bring that up to my cousin. And he was getting mad at me saying, that's not true. But I'm telling him.
Wait, what was the last part?
What you say?
The last part you say by Portugal in Africa.
Yeah, Portugal. I was telling him how Portugal came to Africa. Like, damn, y'all already got slaves. So shit, how much? And he was like trying to disagree with me on that point. So I want to ask you.
Well, it was the same shit. It was different tribes. Nigga put that lick on them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Put them guns in them niggas' hand. Niggas be different. Just like you have a homie. As long as he's sober, he the coolest nigga in the world. But when he get fucked up, he on them pills or whatever, the nigga tripping. Fuck around and go in my pocket. We grew up together.
Yeah, I can speak on that because the Portugal, they first settled in what you call today the Congo, Angola, and Gabon. Yeah. So they use the same strategy. What they'll do is they'll send missionaries, right?
Thanks.
To basically interact with the people. And then when it's time to get down to business, there's going to be really a divide and conquer because there was a kingdom called the Congo, right? So it was one kingdom, but by the time the Portuguese came, it got split into two. So you had the same kingdom fighting amongst each other, one side defending the land and one side siding with the Europeans. That's how the slave trade happened. So that's why I say there are many narratives to a story. So some people, they may say, okay, this is what happened. I'm like, yeah, that's true, but there's this also happened. So it's very complex. You can't just look at it one way. There's
this was a 16. They said like it's 16, 19, or a little bit like.
Now, it was 15, now it was 1452 when Portuguese went into West Africa. That was under the dumb diversity of Pope Nicholas V. Then you come down to 1492, the Inter, which was signed by Pope Alexander. That's when they came to the Americas.
Well, this
Yeah.
Yola was the first one.
Yeah, and not only that, people have to know before the Europeans started to look at West Africa, on the east side of Africa, there was already slave trade happening with the Arabs, like from Madagascar,
Yeah,
Zanzibar.
you're dealing with
For thousands, yeah, close to like 900 years before the slave trade.
Now, a lot of people don't know that the Moors, niggas coming out of Morocco, were the first ones to enslave the people of Ghana. Ghana was the first one. Then it was Ghana. Damn, it was 3 of them they enslaved. It'll come to me. But they went in and enslaved West Africa before white people got there. The Moors went in there and enslaved West Africans before white people
because
got
the Moors were black people who were basically servants of the Muslims. Because people have to understand, you know, like when quote unquote, when the Nation of Islam says that Islam is the religion of black people, it's a lie. Because our ancestors in Africa, we and the Arabs, we were always fighting. That's how we spread out to West and Southern Africa. Like my tribe, for example, the Mbandi tribe in Congo, in North Congo, we claim lineage all the way to Libya, but they say we don't know how we got to Libya. But we began to migrate to like Egypt, Sudan, and then when the Arabs began to invade those lands and try to push us out, we ran off to what you call Central Africa.
Oh, okay, then this makes sense. I mean, it make more sense. But I know it was more countries than that in Africa. I know for sure, like it was multiple African nations who basically originated slavery. That's what I was basically trying to say. They originated. They the OGs of. Like they had more than anybody else in any other continent, any other place or part of the world.
Mm. And people also have to know more black Africans were taken to Brazil than North America.
Yeah, man, it was
they were taking to other places. They wasn't just taking all to North America. It was
the majority of the slaves. It was like more than 10 times more slaves in South America than it was in North America. That's why Brazil is so big with like the Afro Latinos and shit. Niggas don't read and niggas don't even look into shit, man. And the shit that Tomcats is talking about with Ghana, y'all know Ghana within the last couple years admitted to like their thing in the slave trade.
Yeah, in the trade. Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
So yeah, man. It's just that like, man, a lot of motherfuckers, bro. It's funny. That's why I say people talk the shit they say. They talk about propaganda. They talk about all this shit. But everybody was giving Tomcat so much fucking pushback, and I'm like, nigga, why y'all gonna go with the lie that you were told that the only way it could be is that you were here on a slave ship? Everybody here is not a descendant of a slave, man. That's just hard for niggas to, you know what I mean, to understand or even, you know, fathom, because for one, they haven't did the research to their lineage. Shout out to Tomcat. So that shit very few motherfuckers, man. Hell, you got me calling my mama up, nigga, to see what's going on. Because, like, especially in the South, man, real shit. In the South, like, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, all that shit, you got all this stuff around you, right, that denotes, you know, what they call Native American heritage, and your grandma and them would tell you, yeah, you know, you got such and such was an Indian, you know, he was half Indian, and he was this and the other, and as a kid, that shit don't mean nothing to you. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean nothing to you. And if you're not, like, you know, direct bloodline to it, like, you know, a person that's really, you know, still, you know, claiming a tribe and you know, living by those customs and things, man, it just gets lost in translation. And then you miss out on shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Niggas been talking this shit about reparations for the longest, right? Trying to reparations. I'm saying that's gonna be a losing battle.
That's what I was arguing with my cousin about. Fantastic. Yeah, that's what the argument was. I was like, bro, you can't keep I said, so you not. I said, if you're gonna ask for reparations, you're gonna also have to go chase down them African slave owners, bro, who had them too. You gonna go beef with them too, because they had them too. So you're gonna be fighting. You're gonna be fighting a lot of people. That's what I was saying to him. But he was mad.
Motherfuckers don't even understand. They don't understand. Like, for one, man, you're a citizen trying to sue the government for a fucked up lawful practice. At the time, slavery was lawful. If you want to use the argument of, okay, well, what about Jim Crow and all this other shit? Yeah, you got a hand there, But then that would be on some state shit because it wasn't the whole nation participating, and you know what I mean, and shit like that.
Well,
But this
that
shit
was
right here, where you protected by actual treaty, and if you did the legwork to work yourself back into being on like on one of the roles or having a bloodline of that, now you definitely got something where you can say, hey, you motherfuckers owe me, pay the fuck up.
And that's the only way you can do it because it's gonna go by your relationship between the tribes and the government. Like I showed earlier, the Constitution was created to reaffirm government to government interaction between tribes and the U.S., which were the 13 colonies coming together as one. So when they wrote that treaty, they don't look at Native Americans no different than they look at your ass in that treaty. All right, because that means that you have indigenous rights to this land too. Fuck what you want to call yourself. It's easy to tie yourself back if you just go back and do your genealogy. It's free, brother. It's your life. You can guess all you want who you are. You can guess you from Africa. You can guess you are Indian. You can guess all you want. When you go back and look at the genealogy, you are who your ancestors are. And they records are out there. You just gotta go look for the motherfuckers.
yeah. You just gotta check the ancestry, basically check your DNA.
Hey, some people know, man. Call your people. I mean, you'll be amazed. Most of you niggas go to the country and shit for y'all family reunions and shit. Y'all leave out of town. Y'all go to the countries. You got to think about something, homie. As long as you've been living, out of most of the people in your life, if you did a poll and you ask people, do you have Indian in your family? Most of them gonna say yeah, and a lot of them can tell you what tribe that they was from. We got Cherokee, we got Creek, we got Choctaw, we got Chickasaw, we got Blackfoot. You know what I'm saying? But then you ain't never asked a nigga, and he told you I got African in my family, and told you what kind of African he had in you. But everybody can tell you they got Indian in you though, or what kind of Indian, but they can't never tell you what kind of African they got in you.
Because they don't, again, top cats, niggas don't understand, man. Niggas want to, and again, that's a part of the programming that niggas don't understand, bro. That's why slavery gets niggas in their field so much. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers, slavery. It's so, they get so emotional because, bro, they've been programmed that's their origin. You know what I mean? Niggas don't know even shit about, legacy and lineage and, actually fucking looking at a bloodline. The motherfuckers don't understand. That's the importance, man, of your father. The lineage starts with the damn daddy, man, not the motherfucking mama. The mama's important, but everything in the lineage, man, is just that. You know what I'm saying? Not even respecting the man's presence at all. That's why motherfuckers can't tell you. Man, motherfuckers can't even tell you who they nowadays, bro. Motherfuckers may not know who their great granddaddy is. You know how fucked up that is? Only like 2 generations removed. You can't say that. You know what I'm saying? That is detrimental. You know what I mean? That's what these young kids are coming up with nowadays. They have no idea who they folk are. You know what I mean? So and like I said, when it comes to serious shit, bro, it's some big shit. The fucking Indians just won half a state, nigga. Half of a whole state. I understand, like I say, it's the they didn't get they just take the motherfucker over. But again, you pretty much have free reign for the most part. You're only susceptible to the law under prosecution by either your own tribe, which would be what the shit niggas always talk about, right? Where we gonna make our own laws and govern our own people, right? A council, somebody else's council, or the highest court or the highest law of the land. You know what I'm saying? And that's not to encourage niggas to get out here and wild and do crazy shit by any means. But yeah, man, like that niggas don't even understand the impact and what the fuck that shit means, bro.
Thanks, man. What's up, y'all? No, that's 100% fantastic. I just want to say, man, like I'm convinced that this definitely needs further investigation. I know how to read. That shit's mentioned Creek Indians with African descent. That means descending from Africa. That means the government is pretty much saying that there were black native Indians here. That's straight out their mouth on top of the treaty.
Yep.
On top of the treaty that acknowledges the rights that blacks have. I just think that we did most of the work for these niggas who talk about reparations and all that other stuff. And I just think it's worth investigating. After I read that today, you know what I'm saying, I learned something today. I just think that's worth investigation, especially now that they're acknowledging these treaties that black people are specifically mentioned in. Like it's not even no vagueness to it. They say black people. They says black. You know what I mean? There ain't no confusion or anything. You know what I mean? So I just, shout out to Top Casuals again, bring that shit out, and that's what's up.
So I want to ask all of you guys, because all of you guys have good knowledge. I want to ask all of you guys on here. Basically, the confusion is with the reparations and all of this is basically, to sum it all up, is to say the confusion came in when they brought slaves from Africa, and they also had when they brought them here to North America, they mixed them with the Indians that was already here. So now we don't really know. That you mix them in now, you can't, and then you strip the nations from them, and you strip the history from them. Like, how would they ever be able to go back and sort through all of this stripping and killing and taking them and conquering? Like, how can you, like, basically decode all of it?
Well, it's a simple complexity, bro. It's because the nigga Dane Calloway, niggas they call him crazy. Motherfuckers try to clown him. Motherfuckers even in his face try to clown him. And him and Top Cat's pretty much on the same shit. If you take the time, man, like as much niggas talk about everything, getting pussy and well the fuck in this sector, bro. If you just take the time, even if you don't have access to, an older person in your family, but that's the easiest shit right there, man. Before they get up out of here, bro, pick the brains of these old folks. And like you said, they'll be able to tell you, hey, this person was this person, and that person was that person. Niggas is horrible with like bookkeeping and shit, man. But even with that, if you just know the name of a person up to your, 2 generations removed, you can follow the pretty much the state records or federal records at that point to track down who is who and what is what. As far as the shit goes with the raping and pillaging and all that other shit, man, like that's what I keep. Niggas was trying. No one was trying to say it. I think this is what niggas was getting lost over Mills panel. No one was saying that niggas aren't of African descent, but we are saying there's 2 different things. Niggas conflate. Fucking Fast in His Life is African, nigga. He's African, like from Africa. Bloodline of if you drop this nigga blood under the motherfucking microscope or in the DNA pot, that shit gonna be like 90-something plus % fucking African, nigga, and everything else. You drop your blood in that motherfucker, you might be as low as in the 60s. There's a great difference, man. He has a cultural connection. He has a land connection. He knows his lineage, his tribe, all that shit. Niggas keep trying to go back to that and claim that when it's not your shit. Yeah, you got the blood in you, but that's not you. Even like the niggas trying to get into it real quick. You know what I mean, bro? Your bone and your bone structure is different, bro. That's why like you said, the African niggas are known for what? When the Olympics come around, all this shit, niggas do long distance. But when it comes to motherfucking all the fast shit, who is it? It's all the motherfuckers over here. You American motherfuckers and you Caribbean motherfuckers. Bro, your bloodline and your whole genealogy is totally different, bro. You got that in you historically, yes. No one was saying that, but niggas was trying to say it like they was saying, but we saying you mix up with everything else, man. You came over here and it was motherfuckers that were here before this shit was motherfucking like, colonized. That's fact. That's proof. That's what beyond the shadow of a doubt. And motherfuckers trying to act like we was just saying something outside of the fucking shit and the facts. That's just what it is.
And that's what I always say. Like,
That's some good points, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ramil. Yeah, I just wanted to.
No, go ahead. I was saying, I'm just saying, man, it's worth being investigated, man.
Yeah. I
think there's enough evidence for Black people that needs to be investigated as far as ancestry and these legal things, especially now that they're standing on these treaties. I think there's enough evidence. Like Fantastic is right. Nobody was saying. I'm not saying there's no African ancestry as well. I'm saying there might be more to this than we think. There might be more Indian involvement in this thing than we think. You know what I mean? They literally told you that there are African Indians, pretty much. That's what they said, that they were misplaced on the land. I mean, they told you out the horse's mouth. So I just think that it's worth investigation, man. This could lead to something much bigger, but my bad.
Black Indians that was already here. The ones that was on the plantation, they left. Hey, have y'all ever seen Roots before? Do y'all remember?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Y'all remember when Kunta Kinte got to the plantation? And I think that was Chicken George. He was showing them around and shit. He was taking them around. Y'all remember that part? And he took them up to them people. He said, This here is an African. Y'all ain't never seen no African before. There was black people on the plantation that Chicken George brought Kunta to them. And he told them that. Well, if y'all ever watch it again, y'all gonna think, when y'all see that part, y'all gonna think about what I just said.
No, I know what you're saying, Legendary. That's what I was basically asking you. That's where the confusion come in at, because they brought some that
and so
was already here.
Under these different laws, they classified them different shit. Read about the free people of color in New Orleans and Louisiana and shit like that. They ran their own government and everything down there. That's why they were the first to run their own army. See, they defeated after the French left in 1803. You know what I'm saying? They still had their army. They fought with the British in 12. That's why they sided with the Confederate, because they had just fought them white boys out the Union in the wars of 1812 and 13. You know what I'm saying? That's real American history. That's why the niggas in New Orleans didn't fuck with them niggas.
And you see that they change term all the time. Look, now you're black. When I say quote unquote, they call you African Americans now, right? What were they calling you 50 years ago? Colored, Negro, right? So they are always changing terms.
Yeah, you different than your grandma. You different than your mama.
Yeah. First, colored, right? They didn't call you black, then they call you color. Then they had they used the N-word, to with the accent. Basically, we're not saying it correctly, but because Niger just means black in Spanish and Latin. So it's like they're always changing. Like I remember they mentioned when you go to apply, right? On your application, what did it say? The first choice is what? Was it black or African, right? And then it will have Native, Hispanic, and all that. But here's the catch, right? Do you know that a person who looks like us can be Hispanic? Do you know that? A person who's black is Hispanic. So at the end, the whole thing, it's just confusion because like a black Honduras, right? Which one should he pick? Should he pick black or African American or pick Hispanic? Because a lot of people, when they hear Hispanic, who do they see? They think Mexican. They think light skin. No, a black person can be Hispanic because it's the area he's from. So at the end of the day, when you look at the words they use, you get lost. But what's in a book is different. So I think that's where a lot of confusion come in because we're black. But I'm like, what is black? Who called you black? Black.
Hey, let me show you. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna show them where a lot of that black shit came from too. Let me share my screen right quick. And this here is
Well, I'm just saying when it comes to black. Well, I'm just saying when it comes to black, man. I mean, I know I'm not saying I know it's not nationality, but that's what legally speaking, that's the term that's we just using it as a term of labeling. Really, I mean, I know what you guys saying, but like I said, if the treaty calls us black. I'm going to be black because I'm in the thing.
We want that land. You know what I'm saying? Whatever
that's what I'm on. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be black today, man. Like I know what you guys are. I know what you guys are.
But hold on, Ramil, that's important though. That's important, bro, because if you understand that, right? You understand that in the even in the treaty, that's not one of the recognized identifications. You see what I'm saying? So that's where they get you when you get to the legalese and the law aspect of it. If you identify yourself as black, but that's not mentioned on the thing,
that's why
it don't apply.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't get it if you claim you black and you say I want this.
You are. Hold on, no. In the treaty, you can't. You refer to. Well, they mentioned black creeks. They mentioned the Creek freedmen. They calling. They are late. You do gotta. They're calling you black. They are saying you're the beneficiary of these tangibles. They're just referring to you as black, but they're doing that so they can distinguish you from the other types of Indians. But they
didn't use the word black. I'm gonna show you something too.
Yeah, but the black creek
that's what I was asking, Ramil. They using it to strip you away and trick you. So now you don't know when they strip you away and call you that, they stripping you away at the same time.
Look, I go even deeper, right? Even with them saying Creek, because it was over 60 different nations in the Creek, right? They just used Creek as a blanket statement, which the Creek, it wasn't really a Creek. It's a declassified tribe called the Yamasee. All right, now they don't tell you about the Yamasee War, which was the bloodiest war in America, which was fought against them and black people. That's where you first get a Pan-Indian, and then later in the 80s, you're gonna get another Pan-Indian war, which caused the Second Creek War. A nigga named Young Warrior got killed. All right, white boys killed a nigga named Young Warrior. That started it. Oh, everything I love. When you go look up Georgia history. A nigga named Young Warrior. That's what everybody called him. He killed some white people. He went on a killing spree, killing white settlers and shit. And they caught his ass and they killed him. The Indian Creek Council under McIntosh, the mixed race Creek, and they killed him. And then the Black Creeks came over there from Atlanta, nigga, and Alabama, nigga, and they end up going to war with them niggas. They lost the Treaty of Horseshoe Bend. Them niggas left and went and joined the Seminoles. That's why they tell you it was runaway slaves who joined the Seminoles. These were the runaway slaves. The niggas who got captured at Fort Bend end up being slaves. I got in the slave narratives, this dude, he was telling them, he said, I'm a Creek. He said, my daddy was a Creek, but he wasn't a Negro. He said he wasn't a Negro, he was a Creek. He got he got stolen by the Cherokees in the War of Horseshoe Bend. He tell you how they started. It was Indian slavery, what these niggas was on the run from. Right here, I'm real quick. Walter Ashby Plecker. Walter, he was a physician at the First Virginia State Register of Vital Statistics. So he was over statistics. You know what this nigga did? He was a promoter of eugenic discredit movement aimed at scientifically proving that white racial superiority and thereby justifying the marginalizing of non-white people, employing Virginia's Act to preserve racial integrity in 1924. That went on the laws. The Jim Crow laws and shit came from this. Plecker effectively separated Virginia citizens into two simplified racial categories, white and colored. The law, which remained until effect until 1967, it was overturned. But when you come down here, asserting that Virginia Indians were in fact mixed blood Negroes, Plecker also pressured state agencies into reclassifying Indians as colored. The policy legacy, which effective to erase Indian as an identity, and it has made it difficult for Virginia Indians to gain state and federal recognition. All right, that's them motherfuckers, nigga. That ain't us saying that shit. That's them. So we do need to go deep in this shit. You know what I'm saying? Mike Vick and all them other niggas coming up out of Virginia them and shit. You know what I'm saying? All the history down there, man. Which was one of the bloodiest places when we was going through the slaves, when we was fighting each other during the Indian slave trade. Yeah, you coming out of South Carolina, you coming out of North Carolina, Virginia, and all that, nigga. You better go in them slave trades, nigga. And we fought in every war that was here. You know what I'm saying? Every war.
And speaking to what Ramil had on the show about whenever this whole pandemic happened, about was it Trump signing like a bill where it's basically making it for African Americans to, quote unquote African Americans to get like was it funding for their business? Ramil, how much was it? Was it $100 million or so? Trump signed to basically make it.
I don't know. I don't know how much it was. You talking about the PPP money or the emergency loan money?
Yeah, because he was saying that I guess a group of Black Americans went, basically they were like, hey, some of the stuff they don't make it hard for us to get those loans. So he was okay. How about I sign a bill where you can? This is the place where you can go. But here's the thing: even though it's already in the books, they're not promoting it. So you actually have to go out there and find the information. That's what we're talking about. Like there are certain things that are available already, but they're not going to come and tell you because they don't want you to get it. That's the whole point. Grants and stuff like that. That's how I always wonder. I'm like, well,
you got to go look for those grants. You got to go look hard for them.
Yeah. Black Americans should be paying for school. You should have it free. Why? Because that's what they were. I remember reading a paper where they say Native American don't pay for school because they get those benefits. So I'll look at it this way. If you know you have some Indian in you, then you should go out and find those documents. That's what
even if your ancestor was a slave of it in there. I mean, God, they point that shit out too. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was saying, and not only that, like if a white person can be like, hey, I'm 1/20th Native American, so I need to get a piece of the pie. How do you think he found that out? He went and looked for it. He found it. That's why he's using it. Some people are, well, should I use? Yeah, it's your right. Use it. use those benefits. Don't be shy. I think a lot of people, I think it's probably fear and lack of knowledge. Because hey, if I knew, let's say I belong to something and I have a right to, some piece of the pie, whether it's money, grants, free money, hey, I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, if whatever belongs to me, I just have to show, be like, hey, show up. I mean, that's what the other guys do. The Israelis, right? All they have to do is be like, hey, I'm this and this, right? They get grants. They get free money because they're Israeli. But they have to, I think they have to prove from their genealogy or something, like if they can prove for their mother side, whatever. But I mean, at the end of the day, is if you know something, use that information to your benefit. Don't just sit on it. That's why we have all these shows, because somebody else, they may not know, and now that you know, well, what are you gonna do about it? You gotta use what you know.
No, thanks, man. Now that you know what that exactly, now that you know what's next.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I mean? And I definitely agree with you, man.
yeah. So y'all don't have anything else to mention? I mean, we can stick to the topic, or we can go something that interests you guys.
Nah. I just appreciate Legendary for pulling that part up about the erase part. That's the part that hit hard. That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to just see that part just to so I could show that that's the strip away right there. They
Yeah.
said we're gonna erase
Mm.
and call them this. And that's the part right there. And like, so when dudes arguing is like, I don't think they understand. Like, you have to go back and trace through all the erase parts, and it was more than one part of erasing. So
Yeah.
that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean that's what they gotta take your identity away, because your identity links you back to your ancestors. So if they take it away, then you don't know. Lack of knowledge. It's like you don't know who you are. You know that that I'll tell you this. Me, even as an African, right? When I found out that my grandpa was working on a lineage, or tribe lineage, I had a joy in my heart to actually be like, man, we came from somewhere. Like, if me coming from Africa, right, even though I have a culture and all that, but to actually find out more information about who I am, where my father's fathers came from, and I have a joy. I mean, can you imagine a black person who all he knows is I'm black, I'll probably from a slave, but then he actually find more information to be more information that's more concrete to who he is. I mean, I'll say there's a sense of excitement, a sense of pride to be like, hey, there's something, there's something more about who I am than just what I know at the present time. I think there's the pride in it, but I don't know. That's just me. I was kind of elated, like that. My grandfather, basically, they had the record in the tribe that goes all the way back to the 1300s. They say they left Libya when the Arabs invaded in 1333. That's the date. The date. That's the only date they have, that our ancestors left Sudan in 1333, and then they began to migrate throughout the rivers, and then when they found the land. And here's another thing: when they got there were people already there. Some people, they call them like in geography or something. They call them the pygmies. So the pygmies were already living there. They found them. Like my grandpa, uh, you know, he married one of the pygmies, because pygmies are very short. They're like low such stature, usually between four. Was it the highest they can go is 5'2" and below. So he intermarried. So my grandma was very short, like she was short. I'll say if she was alive today, her face will be looking at my chest. That's how short she was. So even back in Africa, there was also intermarriages with different tribes and all that stuff. So there's a lot more to this than what we have. But like I say, you can you can go in so deep, but at the end of the day, what what benefit will that knowledge do? That's the end game. Hey, if knowing that I'm native is gonna give me $20,000, hey, that's 20 more $1,000 that I won't pay a check. I'll take it. I'll take it. So yeah, I'll say that was a good stream, Ramil, man. I passed out and I woke up. I'm like, hey, Ramil's rocking. So it was a good show, man. Thanks,
Yeah,
Ramil, man.
yeah,
Thanks
no
for the
problem, no problem.
overflow,
I just had to clear some things up, man. I'm gonna get up out of here myself.
man.
Which I would appreciate you having on. I appreciate you having me on. I see you got a channel popping. I see
Oh yeah.
do your thing. So that's what's up. You know what I
I'm
mean?
jumping on you again, man. I'm following you guys behind.
And
We got two
that's what's up.
legends in the building, Ramil and Fantastic. Hey, I'm honored, man. I'm honored.
Hey, I follow. Hey, I listen to all of y'all. I like all of y'all.
What's that? What's that? Fantastic?
I say Ramil the only legend around this motherfucker, man. I'm a nobody ass nigga.
Hell no,
Nah,
that ain't true. That's definitely not true.
nah. I've been listening to Ramil show for a minute. Hey, Mr. Fantastic, I listen to you, Ramil, Fasting, and Legendary. I like all of y'all. I listen to all of y'all, man.
Yeah, those are the two
Shout
heads.
out to all y'all.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hey, we gotta give them respect. You know, hey, I just started streaming this week, and I already have these two legends here. Hey, I'm honored, man. I'm starting with.
Man, I ain't nobody, but look, man, just keep doing you, man, and yeah, appreciate all y'all for coming through today,
Oh, yeah,
and
thanks, man.
keep doing you, man. I'm come back through as well, man. So y'all be safe, and I'm holler at y'all later.
All right, thanks, Ramil. Yeah,
Right.
and since I have 19 people in the building. Hey, speaking about herbs, like Ramil, you know, that's one of his gig. He puts herbs, you know, and capsules and stuff like that. So check out his was a Ramil herbs. He got some good stuff, man. You know, support him. Hey, I'm like, hey, support him so much that he don't have to do real estate no more. He'll be like, hey, I'm all about keeping y'all niggas healthy. You know, let me do these herbs and stuff like that. And that's CMOS, man. Like y'all need it, man. Like if you're very sluggish, like you lack energy, just get some CMOS, man. I'm telling you, you'll become Superman. Yeah. You guys have anything else to say, or you know? I mean, we pretty much say what we needed to be said, you know.
No, appreciate it, bro. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh yeah.
Let me come through again, man.
Oh yeah.
Make sure whenever you come through, bro, drop your link, man. Spam your link so we can get you up there, man. Everybody
yeah.
on Stream Team got to eat, baby. Everybody got
Oh, yeah.
something to bring to the table, man. So make sure you do that shit. Appreciate you, bro.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
out.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Peace.
Yeah. That's all. Yeah, thank you, Fasting, man. That's all,
yeah.
man. I just wanted to ask y'all that. That was all.
Oh yeah, man. Like you say you were in the Tyler, Texas area?
No, I'm in Dallas, but I was just
Dallas.
but his grandma is from Tyler, and so
Yeah.
that's what.
Hey, yeah. When I was doing trucking, you know, I used to go, you know, 59 because 59 goes all the way to Tyler and all that, right? It was a small road, and then I always wonder. I'm like, whenever I go through Tyler, I'm like, why is there so many black people in Texas? Because a lot of people, when they think about Texas, they think, you know, whites, you know, like country boys. But I was like, why are there so many black people in these small towns? Like, I was like, wow. I was actually surprised. You know, I'll go to the gas station to buy something, and you see like you know, you see it could be like a white person or an Indian guy, but like you see like black people coming in a store. You know, I'll be like, wow, black people are everywhere. We're everywhere. We're everywhere. That's
like Legendary was saying earlier though, because you can go look back, like it was a lot of blacks like back then in Texas, like in 1800s, like way back then. So I was like, man, I ain't know that, you know, because like I said, I wasn't born in 1800s, so I didn't know that.
Yeah. Hold on. That's weird. I was trying to post the was it to stream your link? Somehow YouTube denied or something. I don't know why he did that, but okay, hopefully it's fixed. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think probably YouTube thought that I'm spamming myself or something. That's weird. I don't know why YouTube YouTube does that sometimes. But yeah, man. Like speaking about information, since you're here with me, I wanted to mention also. Here's another thing when I talk about censorship. What started happening with YouTube, I mean Google, is certain information. Like if you look it up, you don't see it. Like they'll push it. Like you have to dig. Like keep refreshing. Like they, you know, some information. Right? Let's say you're looking for a topic. It should be the first one to show up because it's unique, right? But what they do is they remove it on the search engine, and you won't be able to find it. So the whole thing is, I had this theory years ago when I started buying books. Like if you were to see my closet, you're gonna be like, "What? Crazy. There is a book, a virtual book burning, where they're removing certain books or they pricing it way above the average price, where a regular person can afford to buy it on
What?
purpose, so you won't have access.
So what you mean? So what you mean? Even people like Amazon and
Yeah,
Barnes
yeah,
and
like
Noble and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. There's a virtual book burning, meaning certain information you can't have access to. Why? Because it's either expensive or they're not making copies of it anymore. And the good news is that I know there are some independent companies. What they're doing is certain books that they don't make copies anymore. What they do is they'll get the rights to basically scan the pages. So like when you buy the copy, it looks kind of crap because it's a copy of a copy. But at least you have a physical book, because the original books, they're not printing them anymore, and it's expensive. And I have another book, it's called Nature Knows No Color Lines, and it shows you that there were black or what you call negroid royalties in Europe, like way back in as early as like in the 6th, 7th, 8th centuries and stuff like that. And it shows you that the was it the family, the British family who are ruling over there, they're illegitimate to the throne. They're not British. They're Germans from Germany. Their family was the Witten families. So even right there, it shows you that there have been intermixing of different cultures. It's not just monolithic. It goes all the way back to Rome. People don't understand. The original Romans were Negroid. Then they began to basically begin to torment it with the people who you call the Caucasians, and the race mixing. They became the majority. They overthrew. They took over, and when Rome became an empire, when they assimilated different countries, they basically give it right. They say, "Hey, if you're part of our empire, you could become a Roman, right?" So it's like me. I'm an American, not because I'm a descendant of America or whatever, but it's by naturalization. I'm a naturalized American, but I'm not American. So, like I said, history is very complex. So, if you're just looking at history in one linear, you're not gonna get the whole picture. That's what I say.
That's what I was asking y'all
Yeah.
earlier. That's what I was basically talking about with the confusion part. Like it's too much of the well, they used to be this. Now we're gonna call them this 800 years later.
Yeah, yeah.
Now we're gonna call these people this. Maybe let's say 400 or 500 years later.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, man. Like how the hell can I go decode all of this shit with all of this removal and erasing, and it's too much. It's just too much to chase it. So that's why I was basically arguing with my cousin, basically telling him, just let it go, bro. Like, just let it go. Like,
and here's another thing, right? India, India is in the east, right? It's a country, right? India, over there in Asia, right? So the question is why? See, this is what they told us. They said the reason why the Europeans called the Native American Indians. They say, oh, because we're trying to go to India, but we didn't want to go through the Mediterranean or go through land. But we wanted to take our boats to go all the way to basically circle Africa and go to Asia, like the bullshit they were talking about, right? But here's the thing. The book that I have, like the Nature Knows Color Line or Lost Tribes in the Promised Land, the origin of American racism, it talks about when they were calling Native Indian, they would call them savages. That's Indian meant savages. They were calling you that you were wild and everything. Basically, they were demonizing you so that when the Europeans will come here, they will have like a mindset already like, oh, this is how we will deal with these people. And like scalping, right? Like when they will shave off your skin off of your head. You know what? I forgot the term they call it, scalping, right? They made it
save you bald.
Yeah, they make it seem like it was the Native American who started doing it first. No, it was the Europeans who were doing it to them, and then the Native Americans began to retaliate by using the same strategy. By history, they were the teacher. They would say, "Oh, the Native American was the one doing it first." No, they were basically retaliating using that same tactic. It wasn't. They didn't. They were not the originator of that, basically. But like I say, history is so complex that you can get lost.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what. Yeah, I agree with you. No disagreement there. Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I was basically asking everybody on the panel.
Yeah,
what you said.
Well, fasting. What I think is that it's not that difficult. The problem is that our history has been in the hands of other people.
Yes.
and the story has been told to us. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And until we do our own research and start, like the legendary Top Cat said, kind of backtracking, we'll never know. We'll always be the victims of this false history that has not only been given to the Americans, but also the Africans.
Yes.
That's the issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like me, I'm from Congo, right? You know Patrice Lumumba, right?
Great
Have you heard
man.
that name? Yeah.
Great man.
Yeah. Guess what? He say himself, he say we will have to write our own history. Why? Because even Congolese people, their history is not taught. We learn our history from a European perspective.
And that's the problem. And that's the big problem. And that's what make a lot of blacks here now just say, man, fuck that, man. I'm black. I ain't finna keep looking for all of that.
Yeah.
That's what make a lot of people just give up too. So
that's why another reason why, because I read the scriptures. That's why I can understand the Hebrew Israelite movement when they say that we actually, like, it's like we, in order for us to basically mingle, we had to adopt certain tradition or tribal name and stuff like that. We're scattered. So, like, if you go as far as thousands of years ago, so in their argument, which I kind of agree because it kind of makes sense. The our enemies, they always confuse us by labeling us different names, and because our records were destroyed or we don't have it, the only records that we can have access to is from their point of view. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's like like for example, when you're talking to somebody, say, "Well, show me proof." I know it, but because I don't have the actual proof to show you, they will disqualify your information because there's no proof. How can you prove something where you don't have the record, even though you know, because it was passed to you from word of mouth? You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, they discredit you because you can't decode the strip away because they stripped it away. So
yeah,
can't prove it. You can't prove it.
yeah.
Well, see, my problem is it's all right for the pushback, but unless you have done some type of study or looked into the subject matter, how can you honestly like give pushback? I mean,
Yeah.
it's like in a debate, you have a subject matter that you're debating. You have the side for pro and con. Before they go to that debate, they do their research.
Yeah.
They study both sides. And
Yeah.
then they go into verbal combat. But just to come up and just to throw out anything because that's all you know, I mean,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, Top Cat was giving out a lot of good information.
Yeah, he
Now, you
was.
might not agree with it, but you should definitely take heed and go, wait a minute, I've never heard of that before. That
Yeah.
makes sense to me. Let me go do
Yeah.
my own research. That would be the intelligent thing to do. But no,
Exactly.
we don't do that. Because unless it comes from, if that was a white boy up there, they
Yeah.
might have gave a little pushback, but they would have given that individual a lot more respect than they gave that brother. And that's
Yeah.
the problem that I have. Total disrespect. And he was kicking facts.
And guess what?
Yeah, he
If
was.
he
He
was
was.
white, guess what? If he was white, guess what? Nobody would say anything. They'll sit quiet. That's why I agree with
Yeah.
DJ Kuda. DJ Kuda said something, and I agree. He said, "Do you want to know why pro-blacks don't debate white people? They only debate amongst each other because they know that the white boys, they know more than them, so they don't want to embarrass themselves." And he's right, because think about it. Think about Cyanida and all those guys who've been about those debate. Why do you talk about this information? Why not go to the source? Because most of those books you're quoting, it's written by them, right?
Correct.
Why don't you allow them to? But no, you can't do that because it's kind of like a inward cloud. Like, hey, we're gonna cloud versus each other. We don't want the white man to come over and cloud over us. That's why,
Yeah, that's kind
Well,
of.
I can tell you this. I'm not going to say that all the material that they have produced, I'm talking about the Europeans,
Yeah,
because there's some good data. But
yeah,
the
yeah.
problem is that what I'm really talking about are the people who control the education, the school boards, these state governments, these city governments. They tell the school systems what they can and cannot teach or preach.
Yeah,
But a lot of these old books written by a lot of Europeans have the true information. They tell you, like one of the explorers, Verazon, I'm up in the New York area. You have the Verazon Bridge. He was an explorer, okay? He
yeah,
came here and he wrote that the people that he saw were blacks. They
yeah,
looked like the Ethiopian. It's how he described them. Those are black folks. So,
yeah,
so, so what are people talking about? If he I mean, being an explorer at that time, you would think he would know the difference between an African and what they saw in the Americas. They didn't say they were Africans. They said these were black people and they were different. As a matter of fact, there's a term, I don't know the exact way they put it, but is a Negro. For Africa, they called him a certain type of Negro, and the Negroes in America were different. It's in their books. So it's a lot of like disingenuous things going on, and people who really they're not invested in this country. They're not from here, and I don't mean to, cast any aspersion, but they don't have the same history. So they just want to perpetrate or propagate the same line that we've been hearing for the last 200 years. It's all bullshit.
Yeah. That's why I say, like I was saying the other brother, I'm like, you can't look at history in just one linear point because there's so many stuff attached, different perspective from one side of you, but that from the other. So the winner writes the history. So if you're learning your history from the winner, he's gonna give you one way. I'll say like maybe 80% of it is factual, but it's you seeing it from one perspective. Because the other perspective, then they got destroyed. So you can't see it from their point of view. So at the end of the day, we only see through the needle of one way or another, but not in totality. Yeah.
I tell you what I would tell Super Triz, I don't have it on my phone. I have it on another computer or another phone that I don't have access to right now. But I could show you 3 pictures. One is a picture of a statue in Mexico. And it goes to that story that you told about your friend in Mexico who says that this black person was an ancestor.
Yeah.
Well, this particular statue is in a museum. When you see it, it's dark blue. It's a man who has on the traditional indigenous dress, the skirt, the straw skirt with the straw crown. And it's clearly that it's a black person.
Yeah.
It's not a mongoloid. It's not a mixed breed. It's not a mestizos. This is what we call in the hood a nigger.
Right.
And it's all over the place. It's in museums in Europe. They have it here. The Smithsonian, and I don't have the article, but the Smithsonian wrote in an article years ago that the majority of black people are indigenous to this land.
Yes.
They have the information, but because black people are so hung up into this narrative that they've been taught, they're like, well, fine, we can make money with it. This is about money. This is about control.
Yeah,
and as long as you keep money, these Negroes, as long as you keep these Negroes controlled, it's like they said. I'll put it to you this, I'm gonna step back. One of my favorite movies is Avatar. Now, if you watch that movie, it's so much fucking symbolism. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All of those blue people, the Navi, those were Negroid people. If you really looked at their phenotype, those were Negroid people.
Native American. And guess what? The actors,
like
they use a black woman. They use the actors who played the people. They were black people. So even Hollywood knows, like they didn't pick white people to play them. They picked black people to play them.
But fasting, except one character. Well, 2 characters, but the main character was the crippled Marine.
Yeah.
He was a white boy.
Yeah.
She was a princess. And what happened after he finished his training? And she told him, now you're a Navi. You can choose whatever woman you want. And she started kicking names. And what did he say? I already know who I want.
Yeah.
She was promised to the other guy who was going to be the clan chief. And what happened? He made love to her. Right? So they were basically telling you, in my mind, that this is what they were doing back in the day.
Simulation.
You guys talked about it.
Yeah.
These guys were coming in, marrying our women, and they were coming in and they were gaining rights to the land through the woman.
Basically, they that's what I say. They send missionaries and people to study the people because a missionary is not bringing the sword. So what they do is, in their culture, let's say in their culture, you have to dance with one leg in a ceremony, and then you can have the chief's daughter. Okay, let me learn, let me practice so I can go do it. And if I do it, I'm part of them. That's how you begin.
So you basically saying, Phantom, and to sum it all up, they looking at just one sided by saying just money, 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 but they just it was bigger than just money. It was bigger than that.
Well, from the European side, yeah, it was about money because that's what they do. It's about conquest. Look, this land. Look, I don't want to get too deep because people claim that this is the new world. I believe from my research, this is the old world.
Yeah, it is. I can agree with you right there. Yes.
Everything started here, and then everything expanded out from here. That's my opinion. I mean, it's not just my opinion. I've got some data behind that, right? Because just like someone said earlier, if you were to go back in time here, beautiful cities, cultures, and you had a mix of people. If you look at the definition, and I don't know if it was you, Time Traveler, who brought up the definition, but the definition in Webster's Dictionary 1828 says that the American was the indigenous copper-colored. It didn't say race; it said races with an S. So that means there were many different races of colored folks here in the Americas.
Yeah. They didn't look just one way. They look like that's what I tell people who never been to Africa. This is what I tell them. You want to know how different people look? Go to Africa. You have people that look like Bantu like me. Some people who look like Ethiopians. Some people are light skinned on my mom's side, right? You're gonna have some people who be as light skinned as Mexicans, but we have no whites in our family. So the question is how? Because black people, we come in different shades. You have albinos. So it's like, are you gonna call it albino white because he has two parents who are black, but he came out light skin? You see what I'm saying? So that's what I tell people: don't look at the skin, look at the family line. It's about family line. Yes, the skin may show something, but when it's a copper, people, copper can turn black. Like the Bible says burn brass. Brass is copper.
Exactly.
So when it says burn brass, if you burn the brass, look at those Indian statues. It's black. It's dark.
It's dark. Exactly.
Yeah, it's not white. You can have a pale brass. You can't unless you lay over paints to make it look, to make it look light, but it's dark. Yeah.
Right.
Hi, David. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? I feel
let
like
me just throw out something real quick.
But it's
Let me throw out something real quick. Hold on, David. Let me throw out something real quick. If anybody can tell me what group of people in this planet, anytime in history, has gone through so many different renamings, I'll listen. Because all I know is that now we're African Americans, but before we were black, we were Negro, we were colored. Okay, you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, we can go back further.
We're the only ones where the race constantly changes. That doesn't happen to anybody else. My question is, why is that?
It's it changes. Yes. It's
an American thing, really.
Oh, go ahead, David.
No, because even faster, you were alluding to this earlier, how like a lot of the nobility of old Europe were actually not black, maybe like a Congo African, but they were definitely not pure like
they were
northern whites. Yeah. They definitely weren't pure northern whites. And so what probably was going on even way back when is that things were more about tribe than race per se. So there was a lot of intermixing going on far back in time, and there wasn't necessarily a racial barrier for every single individual. So you could have some dark-skinned people rise up to prominence in what was like even Venice back in the day. A lot of the Venetians were a really dark-skinned nobility, and then you had in Shakespeare, the novel Othello, they were talking about one of those characters were actually a dark black Moor. And so
Othello, that's his name.
Yeah,
Othello was black.
Definitely a lot of black people who rose up within, not just black society, obviously, but even in the so-called European world. So the idea that black people were just stuck in Africa up until slavery is a big myth too. But it also kills what he was talking about with like we really became black late into the Americas because of slavery and the need to classify people for legal reasons, I think. But outside of that, because even then they had no problem enslaving white people for the beginning of the Americas. They kind of phased out, but white folk had no problem enslaving whoever they could defeat in battle. And frankly, that's the human universal.
Hey, David, look at the word slave. Do you want to know what the word slave come from?
Oh yeah, the Slavs. I was on around that day. You saying, but I knew that too.
Yeah. Yeah, the Slavs were basically, they lost the war, and they got basically. I'll put it this way: it's like their people, their name became like a derogatory name to mean lower class. So when they say you Slav, they're saying you nobody. So, and that word was adopted into English to mean like a servant. So that's what I tell people: slavery just means employment. But you have two kinds of employment: forced employment, or was it free? Was it meaning you choose to be, to be a servant because you want to make money, right? So I'll say that's what I say. They by you, but for giving you triggering words and get you in your emotion, you get lost. Slavery just means employment. It means you're
Well,
working with somebody. The only difference is you're getting paid or you're not getting paid. That's the difference.
I want to bring up something a little bit interesting because I don't have that much time right now. But if we follow the whole Top Cat argument, that and even take it further than Top Cats to like Dan Calloway to say that black people are truly indigenous to the American continent, then one, doesn't that actually kill the slave reparations argument? Because now it's just like you're been defeated. You don't necessarily get reparations if you get conquered. And then two, if black people are now Native Americans, it kind of throws everything into, you're throwing everything into question, because now you have to wonder, well, how many black people did come across the Atlantic slave trade, and does that create a class distinction between black people now? Because you're going to have the black people who can make some kind of legal argument, not about their blackness, but about their ties to the Native Americans legally in the treaties with the U.S. government.
That's what I was saying earlier, David. That was my number one question, and to him, to Legendary. That's what I was basically saying, because the confusion. How do you sort through all of that?
Yeah,
it adds more confusion.
I want to ask Phantom one more question too about what he was saying about this is the old world. So that means wait a minute, Phantom. What you said was kind of creepy, because what you kind of saying is that you telling me everything. This is the motherland, and everything moved out or moved east and some west.
I'm saying
the motherland.
I'm saying that what basically what I'm telling you is that the people who control this planet have been lying to you. They have been giving you false narratives. They have not. It's just like the scene in Malcolm X when Elijah Muhammad was talking to Malcolm, and he poured in the water, and he said, "This is clean water." But what happens is you got these people who are in control, or who think they're omnipotent, poured in the black powder, and then they still call it water. It's no fucking way. Just like Fantastic said earlier, I was in the military. I served on ships. It's no way that they took the amount of people that they said they took over here on no fucking wooden ships in the Atlantic Ocean, which is the most vicious ocean out of all of the waters on this planet. It's not happening. How do I know that? Because I've been in some of these storms. I've seen how rough it gets. And for me to believe that, I mean, I just have to it's ridiculous.
Well,
People
actually,
are already here. People are already
you got to
here.
counter that. There's a lot of counter.
That's what I was asking you, Phantom. Oh, go ahead.
There's a lot of evidence that not just the Atlantic, but sea travel in general is a very old thing. So the idea that nobody was on the ocean 10,000 years ago, I think there's a lot of evidence to disprove that. I mean, how the fuck did those people get all the way to the?
No, you just
what are those? The
David,
Easter
that's
Island.
not what I said. David, that's not what I said. I'm talking about the slave narrative specifically. I do agree with you that we have been circumnavigating the planet for thousands of years. I'm talking about
all you need is bigger
millions
boats,
of people on wooden ships and be pissing and shitting, no food, and for months on end to get to a foreign land. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, a lot of them people died.
Check this out. Check this out.
And they also said a lot of the slaves that arrived were too malnourished to even use them. They just
let me add something to.
You gotta remember, this was a business. This wasn't like a luxury expedition. This was done for money. You know what people will do for money?
Exactly.
And I understand. I'm not discounting that. You're right. I'm talking about the logistics now. Let me be clear. I'm talking about logistics. How could you carry all of these people on ships for hundreds of years through the most violent waterway on the planet
Yeah.
and they're
It-
shitting
the
on each
same way
other
the
and
white people out
screwing.
here,
Yeah.
though.
It's
Hey,
not
hey,
happening, man. Come on,
yeah.
and
The
they
same
pack
way
them
the
in
white
like
people sailed
sardines.
here.
It didn't happen,
Yeah.
man.
Let,
Yes,
let me
why?
let me
I'm
add
not. I'm sorry.
another
So
information
fam, you
about the
basically
ship.
saying that
Yeah.
they didn't have no reliable boats to do it. I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just
No,
asking you.
let me add about the boat. Here's another thing. You know, when we talk about it, we say that the Europeans stole technology or knowledge from black people and stuff like that, right? This is another thing my grandfather and my mom even mentioned. They said in the Congo, right? Because Congo has a river, right? We have like Sumatra, we live in around rivers, so the fishing or fisherman hobby will be like the most practiced because you're surrounded by water, right? So my mom say like whenever the missionary were coming, they were observing how people were making boats, and based on that knowledge, the Europeans were able to basically implement that understanding to their technology. So that's why I say I'm sure they had the ways of bettering the ship because they were like, okay, the way we have our ship, how we build it, it's not working. And then they looked at how Africans were doing it because Africans were from the coast to coast. They were traveling. See the way they make it seem like, oh, we're just primitive, we're not doing anything. No, there were civilizations in Africa. So, like I say, communication was already happening. Let's say, looking at America. I'm sure North Americans were traveling to South America, vice versa. They knew each other. Like, of course, it may be like a long voyage, but the way they make it seem like, oh, everybody was just sitting in one place, nothing was happening. And to finish off, let me mention how I say Hollywood. I always tell you something. Have you guys remember that Disney movie that came out a few years ago called Moana? Right? Moana. You guys seen that cartoon?
You talking about the Disney movie?
Yeah, Moana. Right?
Yeah, no, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Bro, take some time and watch it. What that movie showed
Okay.
you how the Native Americans got here thousands and thousands of years ago, and how they got to Hawaii and everything, right? Because here's the question: how in the hell are you gonna have black people who look like us living in Hawaii in the middle of the Pacific out of nowhere? How did they get there? You see what I'm saying? So basically, that movie shows you that they were traveling. So they had the technology to swim from the different parts of the islands and all that. So for them to make it seem like people were not traveling until the Europeans began to sail all over the world, that's a lie.
So
I
you
agree
saying
with you.
basically fasting that
I
they
agree
had
with you.
ships, they had reliable
Yes,
ships to do
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Okay,
Remember,
okay.
What kind of ships are
were
you talking
destroyed.
about, though?
No, I'm saying there were different ones of them. But if you watch the anime, all I'm saying is Disney make it seem kind of sweet. But when I saw it, based on the research I was doing, because I know, like I reference the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha talks about how the migration of the 10 tribe, because when some of the whites that were coming here, some of the Native American, they have their own dialect that they made. But then when they were
Right.
communicate to this guy, he was Jewish. He said they spoke to him to ancient Paleo Hebrew, and they were able to go back and forth. And basically, they told him that their ancestors came here thousands of years ago. They came here with ships and all that, and they began to basically spread out to the Americas, and they were settling. And
Wait, look at what you just said. They were from Hebrew. That make them Semites. And I've heard a lot of that too. That there were like ancient mines and the
yeah,
copper mines in like Michigan area, and a lot of people from like the Solomon days and all of that were actually traveling from the Middle East into the
yeah.
Americas. This is like occult history, but there's a lot of evidence
No,
there. So
no,
it's not just black
bro.
people. Everybody was here.
Check this out. In freaking Ohio, even in a Dominican Republic, they found archaeological evidence where they're seeing the stones where it has the Ten Commandments. Here in freaking America, in
Yeah, I heard
freaking
about that.
Ohio.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of hate. That's what I was telling brother. You can't say one narrative is wrong or right. It's just that there's a lot of narrative, but if we sing from one narrative, we will discredit one side. There's a lot of things that happen, and once we bring it together, everything starts to make sense. So what David is saying, he's not wrong, and what Phantom is saying is not wrong. It's just that because we have a piece of the information, so if I'm coming from one perspective, I may feel like, oh, what you're saying is not wrong. It's just that there were a lot of things happening at the same time, a lot of narrative. I mean, think about this. Like, we live in a modern world. I'm in freaking Texas, right? In this pandemic, Do you know how many perspectives towards these viruses? You're gonna have one people who gonna feel that this thing is real. You're gonna feel some people who feel no, it's an agenda. But all perspective go they all share the same common denominator. There is a pandemic and all of us are being affected, but all of us we're gonna have different perspective on how we're saying this thing. And hey, Dre Raphael mentioned the Aborigines of Australia. Check this out, bro. The Aboriginal Australia, this white lady. I used to follow a channel called a Gathering 144. They were teaching the Bible, basically trying to prove that a lot of the Aborigines people, they're the lost tribes, right? So a British woman was listening to them, right, online on YouTube. When she traveled to Australia on a vacation, she was like, okay, I want to prove the theory that they had because she looked at it as a theory. She said, well, I want to prove what they're saying if it's true. And those people, they were just teaching it from the Bible. They just say, well, based on understanding that those people might be the lost tribe, based on what has happened to them, right? So she went over there. She went into the Aborigines and she talked to one of their leaders, right? And she asked them, without even telling them who they are, she just said, I wanted to ask, who are the Aboriginal people? Where are you from, and how did you get here? This is what our chief said. The chief say, well, how we know based on our ancestors that we're from the tribe of Reuben. Our ancestors migrated from the seas. They came to settle in this island, but we don't know where we came from. So they lost their origin. All they know is we came from somewhere. So when the Europeans came, they began to massacre them. They killed. Like I'll tell you guys, do research on the Australian massacre. They
Hey,
spent
hey,
a
Sergeant,
year just killing them. It's
let
not.
me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask you something, a little bit of a change of subject. It's still in
Yeah,
this, occult history area, though.
yeah,
What
yeah,
What do
yeah.
you know about like people finding giant bones, like bones of human beings that are like over 10 feet
Oh,
tall
giant.
and shit? Like,
Uh,
yeah, what exactly you heard about that?
They're
uh,
supposed to be in the Grand Canyon.
yeah. They say the what is it? Like for me, like to me, I say the Grand Canyon proves the flood basically because usually when floods happen, it moves like territories or erases stuff. It may move the shape of the surface and all that. So when you look at the Grand Canyon, it's something. Like, even when you look at the rocks, what is it shows you waves. So water shaped all that. So there can there's no water over there. It's a dry area, right? So it must be like some major flooding that basically shaped all that, you know. But about
Well,
the
hold on.
giants, yeah. Go ahead.
I didn't want to get into this while Top Cat is going on to his thing because it was way too deep into the weeds. But let
Yeah.
me highlight something here. The Lovelock Caves in Nevada, right?
Mm.
That supposedly they found a whole bunch of like giant skeletons with like red hair, so it's probably Caucasian people with long red hair or whatever. But they found them things, and then there's like a Indian princess, whatever her name is. She wrote a whole book, told the story herself about like her tribe went to war with these people. So, and then not only that, those mounds that they said that he was talking about, they said there was a lot of those things found in those mounds too, like different skeletons and stuff gets like returned into the Smithsonian and then disappeared, like at the end of that Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I would say a lot of museums they lie too. So I would say some of the museum what they do is a lot of information, especially when it comes to what they call dinosaurs. Man, all that is all bullshit. That this one thing this is my opinion based on what I researched. I'm like it's bullshit. I mean, I'm not saying that monsters and stuff like that exist, but I'm saying what they give you it's not what it seems. It's more than that because like even when they say those bones, people don't realize those bones are not real bones. They're just plastic. They're remodels. Those big ones that they say like the T-Rex and all that. Those are just rebuilding. They're not real bones. They're fake. They're fake. They're fake. But certain that's what I say. Archaeologists, when they go dig and find stuff, they're never gonna show you. What you see is what they want you to see. Think about it. We believe that there's nothing new in the sun, right? There was always civilization, right? Way before. So the question is, was there one time in history that technology was as advanced as ours? Because
Are
we
you
always
asking the
know
question?
Yeah, I'm saying, is it possible that back thousands of years ago, certain civilization reach a height in technology that will be close to what we
If
have
you
today, and then there was a reset?
if you study Indian like history, Indian religious like readings, they have what you call the Vedas, and the Vedas describe wars between like their ancient gods, like their version of Asgard or whatever like that. So those wars actually describe, missiles and flying crafts, attacking one another. Look this up right now. I think it's called the Bridge of Rama. So if you look at a world map, there's a little tiny landmass between India and the island of Sri Lanka. Now the story is that there was some ancient battle a long time ago, and some guy kidnapped some guy's wife and went to that island. And so some guy, the other guy, built a bridge and got his warriors over there. And so now they find like a little bridge that's like just below the surface, maybe 30, 40, 50 feet beneath the surface of the ocean, connecting the island to the continent of India. And so when you get into all these questions about where's technology at one point really advanced, and then we all just sort of had a wipeout, there's some evidence to suggest that. Even when they made the atom bomb, one of the guys who made the atom bomb was quoting something he read from the Vedas. So like a lot of the inspiration, at least, these guys who were working on the bomb, they were kind of aware of stuff that was going on way back when, like a lot of the secret stuff. And I mean, supposedly they had one of the books of the Vedas was talking about how you actually build one of their so-called UFOs, flying crafts or whatever you call a Vimana. That's what it was called, one of the Vimanas. And so right now, the Indian Army named some of their like crafts of Vimana, this, that, because it's a part of their culture that long time ago, we had people doing all kinds of incredible shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ain't new. This ain't new. And I agree with you too, Fasting. There has been a reset. As a matter of fact, there's been a couple of resets in my mind. I can't tell you or give you evidence of that, but just based on what I've seen. And look, I'm not going to try. I mean, David mentioned it before. I'm not going to get too too deep, right? But to me, if you just watch even some of the movies that we see, they basically put it in your face.
Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, fam.
Like Avatar, like I mentioned, Avatar, they put it in your face what they've been doing to indigenous people.
Yeah.
And what should happen at the conclusion of it. They need to go back to whatever the fuck they came from. Right?
Well,
and the ones who are really down, we'll keep them. But the ones who with the fuck shit, they gotta go back. All right. When you look at the movie like The Matrix, it has all this symbolism about energy and about, like how people are being used, right? And then when you get into Reloaded, or maybe it was the last one, what they were talking. No, it was Reloaded. What the architect was telling Neo, hey, this is the sixth rendition of this game we've been playing.
Yeah, it's like it's not new,
homie.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Reloaded, my favorite one, really. That's my favorite one. That's the second one.
So they're dropping this esoteric information in your face, but if you're not really looking, obviously we are, because we're bringing it up right now. But they're putting it in your face, and they know like most people are not gonna like dig a little deeper to go, wait a minute, that seems a little interesting. Let me find out more about that.
Yeah, let me see about
but
that.
Look,
That's
I don't want to change the subject, but I just want to say one more thing real quick to go back to this thing about the ships. If you guys go, it's real easy. Look, just go on internet and look up the Brooks. The Brooks was supposed to be like a schematic of a slave ship. This thing never actually happened. It was like an architect drawing a design of what a slave ship would look like. But what they do is they take this example and they keep putting it in our book saying this is what a slave ship was. But when this thing never really existed. And when you look at it, you see these people packed like damn sardines.
Yeah, like on the show. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, like that little picture.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah. They just made it.
Yeah.
It looked like a damn sardine can.
Yeah. See, that's why this is what I tell people. The way teachers see history, they'll give us the watered down version. Like think about it. I use the scriptures. The scripture says, "You shall know the truth, and the knowledge of the truth shall set you free." Right? if these people are known liars, you can't trust 100% what they tell you. That's what the Bible says. It says they are liars and they're the children of lies. Why? Because they know that if people know the truth, everybody will rise against them. So they have to keep lying. It's like they can never tell you the truth. They have to.
Man, I argue with my whole family with that. Like I'm telling you, like I be telling them, like stop believing just what they said right away. Like you just take it forward and just run with it. Please stop doing it, because when you do this, now they don't have to worry about trying to beat you out of believing the truth now, because they already, basically they strip
beat you.
Yeah, they stripped you already. Yeah, they stripping you right now by reteaching you this dumbed down, basically like you say with the pictures in the ship. That's just basically what they assumed it would be.
Yeah.
But it never came to be in real life.
It never came to be.
Yeah,
exactly.
It was assumed to be.
And in the military, what we call that is a psych op. That's a psychological operation.
Psyop, yeah.
Look, I'm not gonna get too deep. I'm not gonna get too deep. But hey, that's what's going on right now with this whole COVID. This is like
Hey, bro. Hey, bro, on my channel, go ahead, man. Because guess what? Even if YouTube shuts me down, you know what I'll do? I'll because they shut me down yesterday when I was talking about Black Lives Matter. They just ended my stream after 1 hour and 40 minutes. This is my first week starting streaming, and I already got a strike from YouTube saying that I violated community guidelines. They shut me down,
dude. I'm not gonna try to get that. I'm just gonna leave that alone.
No. I'm saying you can go ahead and speak on it, but I'm saying even if they strike down my channel, what I'll do is the information you're saying, I can always broadcast it in a different form, I got you. So I'm telling you is on my channel, because like I say, with the whole this is what I'm saying. Like I'll let you rock, Phantom. You can say whatever you want to say after this. All I want to say to people listening, we're living in a time where we can't speak in parable anymore. Why? Because they took away your sports, they took away your church. So everything that's happening, this is it. Meaning they're showing you this is the real day. There's nothing else for you to cope of. We're not gonna give you your little drug that's gonna cope you of your misery. No, you gotta feel it. Yeah. Go ahead, Phantom.
Well, I want to ask both of you guys first, because you both of you guys got me off track with the resets and the technology part, and I want them make the argument and to you guys. Do you think that they had way better technology and we'll never get it like they had it back then? Basically, what we have now is like the watered down version of this too. So that means what they had was like beyond this. We'll never see it until maybe like the year 3000, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, the way things are going, man, if you just kind of look at it, you got this new technology now called telecommunication wireless system called 5G, right? So I mentioned to somebody yesterday that I'm noticing like everything now that you do when you go online, if you apply for something, if you're researching something, that particular site has bots. And these bots are actually watching what we're doing, and they're recording this information, right?
What?
And I applied for something. I'm not gonna say exactly what it was, but I applied for something financial the other day, and it took me a long time, many times to get through it. Finally, they said, fuck you, Tim, you're done. So what happened is they sent me a letter and they said, look, you can apply again, but the reason why we are denying you admission is because if we tell you why, then you'll know our algorithm, our security algorithm, and we are not going to do that. So I'm like, what? Security algorithm? So basically, they're allowing these systems to determine whether who's good or who's not, based on whatever information they got. And this is what we're going to. Everything is going to be basically going through the purview of a computer. And if the computer say you good, you good. If you're not, you're out.
Hey, Phantom, I watched a documentary on it. It's called the Sovereignty. And it's something called the Utopia of China. I watched it. It was on actually the foreign council channel, like this overseas channel, and it was a 30-minute documentary. It was basically talking about, to sum it all up, social credit, and it was all ran off of like this one dude. He was an independent investigative journalist, He was basically an independent journalist who disagreed with the mainstream local media. And they basically put like a block on his iPhone to where he couldn't book flights, he couldn't get hotels, he couldn't like rent vehicles. Like, I'm like, what? And he was showing the dude like, I haven't done nothing. They put me on the blacklist. He was like, why the fuck they put me on the goddamn blacklist? I haven't done nothing but just tell the truth. They was like, no, man, you lose points if you buy a beer. If you buy a beer with your credit cards, they record it to see if you're a good person or not. If you buy like food, then with the credit card, they give you a plus point saying you're a responsible, generous, family help person. Like it's like real life shit. What Phantom was saying, like, and I was like, what the fuck? And it's already going on in China right now as we speak. So
they're test running it over there.
Let me speak on that fasting. Yeah, and you get rated, and in China, basically they self police themselves. It basically because you get a rating, and if your rating is low, then a lot of services you get blocked from. So you basically, I don't know what the word is, so I'll come back when I can think about it. But you basically self police yourself. You monitor yourself, basically. So the government doesn't have to keep an eye on you. You basically learn to follow suit, like follow orders, and basically that's how it works because you get rated. Yeah.
So that's what we're going to, man. That's what it seems like we're going to. But I don't want to forget this thought, man, because somebody made a comment earlier, way about an hour or so ago, about the law and about the fact that we're citizens. And man, I was like biting the bit. I wanted to get on, and I was like, man, you guys are talking about law, but have you guys forgotten about the Dred Scott case? Do y'all know what happened in the Dred Scott case? The Dred Scott case, when this dude was being employed, but he was a slave. But like you said, Fasting, it was like employment, but it was like these long-term contracts.
Yeah.
And he was like, if the person dies, then the contract should be over. And then one of the family members said, no, you've been succeeded to me now.
Perpetual
servitude. That's what that was about.
Yeah.
But check this out. Most people don't even know that he never appeared before the Supreme Court. Do people know that? Because Judge Taney, the Chief Justice, when they wrote the opinion, they basically said, dude, you're not a part of this. You're not a citizen of the United States. You belong to something else. And because of that, we can't see your case. So that was the law. You had people, indigenous, black, African slaves, whatever you want to call them, they weren't citizens. They were in something else. And that's what's going on today. People say that you're citizens now. No. The 13th and 14th Amendment gave you corporate citizenship. That's not natural. They did it with a piece of paper.
So you basically saying now you belong to a corporation.
You belong to you don't belong to a corporation, but you attach yourself to it. It's just like when you go to work. The only way that you can get into that employment is what? You got to show them a fucking ID. If you don't show them an ID, what? You can't get in.
That's right.
It's the same thing in every state. When you have an ID, not specifically a driver's license, you are an employee of the state. The state can do whatever the fuck they want with you because you got papers. But check this out. You can do the indigenous thing like a lot of people do. But what I do, I tell people, forget the state stuff. If you're going to deal with them, deal at the top. Get you some ID from the top. Get a passport. Because then the state really don't have nothing on you. And I'm telling you, man, if you ever use your passport and you go to banks and you go to a lot of these institutions, they will try to get a state ID from you. Why? Because they know the state, they gotta give money to the state. You gotta be on their rolls. You gotta be an employee. Now I'm gonna say this. I don't wanna like trigger nobody, but slavery still exists.
Yeah.
It's no different.
I'm making
it was 200 years ago. It's still here.
It's called working a job just over broke. That's slavery.
Yeah.
Working for somebody else.
Slavery, man. So the only way that you become real, look, I'm not saying that you can be I can get into this, but I don't want to do this now. You can still be, I'm not going to say the word, but you can still be the man. You can still be the dude, but you got to know the law. You got to know what you're operating. You got to know you're playing Monopoly. You got to know that it's not you that they're talking about when you get a piece of mail and it's got an all cap name on it. That's not you, man. That's some shit they made up. They took your name, confiscated it, and made it something else.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that that's improper to spell your name in all caps. The only
I remember
all caps
it's called a straw
is a
man
damn
or something like that.
corporation.
Yeah,
Say that
you
again?
belong to the corporation.
Well, you're operating that entity, right? You're operating it. Most people don't realize that you're not really even an employee. Because, like you said, really, you can choose to be a slave if you want to or not. Now, how do you not become a slave? By becoming a business owner. But Tim, if you work, how can I be a business owner? Dude, you're a sole proprietor. Well, two, I ain't selling nothing. Yes, you are. You selling your time. When you do a contract at work, it's at will. You can leave anytime you want. And they can fire you. There has to be something really legit, because if they try to fuck with you, you can take them to court and sue them, but you can leave anytime you want. But if you read the tax code, it'll let you know. In the main one, it says, dude, when you do your taxes, you're supposed to file your revenue and your expenses. So when you do your taxes, all you do is revenue. All you do is what got coming in. But you never show them your receipts for what you bought. Because that you have to live. You got to pay rent. You got to pay transportation. You got to do all these things. How the hell is that income? Income is the difference between what you bring in as revenue and anything as expenses. So people paying, you got a job for $100,000, you paying rent, you paying all
It's
this
slavery.
shit, taxes.
It's slavery.
All you doing is fucking showing, hey man, I made this amount of money. I'm gonna take these credits you're giving me, but you ain't showing them none of your other expenses. Your mortgage, your car note, your insurance, your food, your clothes. Dude, it's all in the tax code, man.
Yeah.
If you ask a decent accountant, he will tell you that. Do you know that when you give somebody over $600, you're supposed to let the IRS know? It's called a 1099 miscellaneous. Because guess what?
Yeah, they want to keep.
Because you're giving them income. You gave them income. And if you don't let the government know that you gave them income, guess who pays the taxes on it? You.
Hey, gentlemen, the goal is to tax you on everything. Up here in Canada, when waitresses used to get tips, they wrote a rule that they basically have to report their tips, because when you work as a waitress or as a bartender, you don't make that much money. They don't pay you much money, but you make the money if you work in a good place in a live spot. You'll make money off tips, and sometimes the money you get in tips is actually sometimes more than the money that you get paid sometimes. And so the government up here basically said you have to report that. So now all the people who work in the service sector that get tips have to report it, because they're gonna get taxed on it. Even with the barber shops here, if you open up your own barber shop and you don't do your taxes right, they'll come and find you. I just want to add that they're gonna tax everything. If they can, they're gonna tax the air and the water. It's coming.
Hey man, hey Vision, they already doing it, man. They're already doing it. They're doing it already. And so it's important for us who are here in this country, who are dark-skinned people, to do what a lot of guys have said earlier. You really need to find out who you are. You're not black, you're not Negro, you're not colored. These are all the things that they gave you. My mother, on her birth certificate, it says that she's colored.
Yeah, so
mine says Negro. The
that's
people now
crazy.
who getting born, I think, says African American. What's going on, man? What's going on?
The deception.
I just want to add this fast thing. Even you street vendors, with all these high tech cameras, you street vendors, they'll be coming for you too soon. They'll be able to see everything. They all get taxed too. Selling. Remember back in the day, them bootleg CDs, and you're selling your T-shirts on the street, and COVID shut that down anyway. COVID shut. All you guys in Harlem selling on the streets, COVID shut all that shit down. Just want to add that.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. You're right.
Yeah. And I wanted to
fall back a little bit, man. I'll just listen.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to add about the passport thing. Back in November of 2018, January of 2019, Congress passed a law, um, basically that will require you, an American citizen, to either you must use your passport to fly from state to state, or your real ID. And guess what year it was supposed to be to go into effect? November
This
2020.
year.
Yeah, and guess what? Do you
Yeah.
think it's a coincidence they already set up that law back then, knowing the events that are gonna come this year? You don't think they didn't know that?
Absolutely. I feel you. I feel you, Fasting. I know where you going with it. Yeah, man. This
Hey
ain't new.
guys, can I add this as well? Do you remember when the not many people talk about this? It was called when the NSA hacked the web. So what the NSA did is they hacked Google, they hacked Facebook, they hacked Apple, they hacked everybody and collected all of everybody's information, and it's been stored somewhere. And they have a virtual a virtual uh, pigmentation of you basically. And so they like, I don't want to go too conspiracy too deep, but they can actually predict what you will do by all the metadata. It's called metadata they've collected on you by your activities online. So yeah, when you go on Amazon and buy that pro black book, don't worry, that's been recorded. You bought that conspiracy book, you bought Behold the Pale Horse. Yeah, they got you. You bought Committee 300. Yeah, we know who you are. Keep going. Keep going. Right? Back in the day, you go to a bookstore and just buy the books that you're not allowed to buy, right? And this, like, let's say even the Golden Age of the Moors. If you go buy Golden Age of the Moors, like $200, right? Where are you gonna find that now? You gotta go to Amazon. Oh yeah, all right, we know who you are.
Hey,
And,
You can't even find it on Amazon. That book, man.
Yeah. What about if you're buying books on game?
They don't care. They're like, yeah, this guy's a waste of time. We don't gotta worry about him. They're more concerned with the revolutionary types, guys are gonna buck up the system. But hey, guys, I just want to say this: it's called self-censorship in China. So
Yeah.
what we're starting to do is we're starting to self-censor ourselves. And a good comparison is back in the day when you believed in a God, right? And you were a good Christian boy. If you were gonna steal, like, oh no, if I steal this right now, God is gonna put me in hell, so I'm not gonna steal. So that was a way of self-censorship yourself, self-censorship back in the past. People try to be good Christians, but your human nature is human nature, bro. So now government is gonna be the new God, or they're gonna try anyway.
Yeah, but that's what I say.
But this is the deep part though. To what you just said, Vision. You said that the government. See, again, people don't understand what they're in. Like, if you read the Constitution, before you get to all of the preamble, before you get to all the articles and the amendments, the first thing is the preamble. The preamble is 52 words. The first 4 words, I think it says, "We the people," or 3 words, "We the people." So you have to ask yourself, who are the people? The people are not the government. The people are the people. The people are us for right now. We're the people. The government comes from the people. They're supposed to represent the people. But because we don't know civics and we don't understand this anymore because they don't teach it anymore, this is why they're able to do what they're doing. They're not slave masters. They're our slaves, if you want to really look at it. They're supposed to do our bidding. But because we don't know that, this is why we're running into the situations that we have.
Plus, you don't work together, right? Oh, I'm Portuguese. No, I'm Yugoslavian. No, I'm Jamaican. No, I'm Trinidadian. No, I'm Chinese. Like, people are so divided in the States. I'm white, I'm black, right? That, if they divided, you're conquered. What is it? Divided, you fall.
Well, there you
divided,
go.
you stand. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a point there. If it's not race, it'll be religion. They're gonna use one of them. They'll get you. They'll divide you with one of them.
Yep.
Like the black and white thing, we gotta escape that. Poor whites and poor blacks. You got no horse in this race. They're not. If you're broke, you're broke. You know what I mean? And that was really the agenda in the past. They basically used the poor whites against the blacks that were trying to succeed. I don't have the details, but that's what they did. They basically pull a wool over the poor whites. The same thing with religion, right? They said, "Oh, look at those guys, the curse of Ham," and then all the world just went against you by listening to their, overloads in the Vatican and whatever. So it's a game they've been playing forever.
Western religion, especially American Christianity, all of it was founded on racism, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like, see, that's what I say.
Yes.
Guess when they began to quote unquote integrate African Americans into white churches after the civil rights movement. Check this. Just sit down and think about it. Since America was founded, you mean to tell me that blacks were assimilated into black churches after the 1960s? Like, because every church was, you had black churches and white churches. There was no integration, right? So the thing is, the theology that they were teaching in a white church was way different than what they were teaching in a black church. All theology, Christian theology, what is Jehovah Witness, Baptist, and all of them, they were in unison to say that these people, we're supposed to be their teachers because they're subhuman, they're the curse. So we
Third,
have to
fifth. Yep.
Mormonism and
3/5
all.
of human being.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and all
Also,
of the,
one second.
yeah.
Fasting. Sorry. Also, you don't want a bunch of nut turners running around when they read the Bible the right way. You see what happens, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You
And
got
if
that.
they lied. There was a lot of like revolts, and the whole thing about the was it North versus South was because a lot of slaves were revolting. That's somebody I was listening. He said the war basically America, the Civil War basically because black people were waking up. That's what Civil War happened, and after it
And
happened,
that's what
so we need to
and,
teach.
and that's why they
We
didn't
need
want to teach them how to read
yeah,
fasting. They didn't want to teach them how to read too, because if they knew how to read the Bible, it would be a problem
yeah.
during slavery anyway.
That's that, and it's interesting. Everything we're talking right now, I thought when I had the little Sunday sermon, my show was like 4 hours, where I was basically talking for almost like 3 hours and a half. I'm just talking. I'm basically summarizing everything that has happened since the beginning of time in a religious form. Basically, I broke down that religion is a tool given by the gods to basically control mankind, divide them, and let them fight each other. But the end game is to kill us all of us. If if it was possible for no man or woman to exist on this planet, they will accept it. But it's kind of hard because we're waking up.
Let me add this too, fasting. Now, what's a big issue within the black community now? Look at what happened with Will Smith and Jada, and what they're talking about is the black man against the black woman. They're in the West, the black man and the black woman are at each other's necks right now because the black woman has chosen, well, not all of them, but a majority of them have chosen to follow feminism, right? And now we got this MGTOW, we got this SYSBM, we got the men leaving, right? But hey, guys, I just want to make this point. Well, when I can rock. I just keep this in mind. I got a book right now here called Crisis in Africa, Battleground of East and West. In this book, I got to find the numbers for you guys, but there's a part where the guy considers disease, like Ebola, AIDS, civil war, colonization, right? And remember, civil war is a big business in Africa, right? And he puts all those numbers together. Now add the number. Let's say with slavery, with all the people that were taken across the ocean, right? I don't have the numbers, right? And then let's because we're coming from the indigenous blacks in the United States as well. Let's look at what happened to them and what was done to them, right? And then you brought slaves over, and you had slavery, and you had Jim Crow, and you had all these things, right? Right now look at what's going on in Australia, right? They're trying to phase those blacks out over there through interracial relationship, which is fine, right? In the Philippines, you had a black population that's completely decimated now. In Argentina, the same thing has been done. And then in Brazil, they're kind of trying it, but in India, you have a caste system where the lighter you are, the higher you are in that system. Where if you're dark skinned like the Untouchables, well, you ain't shit, right? So the point I'm trying to make to you guys here, globally, it doesn't matter if you're a black person. It doesn't matter where you're from. The system is against you for whatever reason. And I would have believed racism did not exist if they did not show me George Floyd being treated like that. And now let's reverse that and see what happens. I just want to make that point. Like, black people, you don't need to work together. You don't need to get together. You don't need to help each other. If you're in Haiti, do your thing. If you're in Jamaica, do your thing. If you're in Austria, do your thing. If you're in London, do your thing. Wherever you are, Africa, do your thing. But in South Africa, but just realize one thing: there's something in common that's against you. And I just want to leave on that. It's very complicated.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of things happening in this time right now. Like, here's another thing when I talk about knowledge is power. When the pandemic happened here in Texas, there was a food drive where basically, I guess the government through the National Guard, they were giving away food. That those companies, like because everything was closed, so I guess certain businesses they basically um they teamed up with the government to basically give us some food. Right now, check this out. It was happening at my brother's school, and we didn't know about it. So usually when I go run, I'll go over there. So one day I went over there and I started running. I'm like, I see they set up the whole thing, but because usually I'll drive inside the school, I couldn't drive inside the school. And I saw a bunch of cars lining up to get in line, and I saw military people in camouflage. So I walked to the officer, right, and I asked him, say, "Hey, officer, what's going on?" He say, "Oh, it's a food drive." He say, "Hey, you're welcome to get in line and grab some food." I'm like, "Oh, I just came here to run." So I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and run because I parked on the other side of the street. So he's like, "Yeah." He said, "Do what you gotta do." He said, "But you're free to walk." And I asked him how long it's gonna last. He said, "Until 8 p.m." They were doing it every Friday. They started doing it, I think, in May, and they just stopped doing it 2 weeks ago. Now here's the thing: there is a food drive happening, right? Because of the pandemic. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But here's the thing: people are now realizing that that's a test run for what's coming. They are really preparing people's mind that there's going to be shortage of food, so you will have to get in line. And then they were doing it where it's anybody, it's first come first serve, meaning you come in, you can do runs, right? You can have somebody, he comes, or he send family members, and then before they stopped it, guess what happened? They were giving away first they were giving 4 boxes, and then they started giving 3 boxes, and then they started doing 2 boxes before they stopped it. Guess what they just did there? They've programmed you. They say, "Oh, we're gonna sell you 4 boxes," and then after a while, you get used to, "Oh, we're gonna take 1 box away. We're gonna take 1 box away." So what people don't realize, okay, it seems good, right? Oh, I'm getting free food. I got some too. But here's the thing: that was they're preparing people's mind already to accept the inevitable, that there's gonna be a shortage of food in the coming months, and you gotta get basically like a child. They're training you to get used to it. That's what's happening, man. The training has begun already. But this kind of the stuff where when you get too deep, uh, people be like, "Oh, you got your tinfoil hat on and stuff like that." But I'm a kind of person that likes to observe what's going on around me and all that. But as a truck driver and a traveler around, I get excited when I actually talk to people, especially brothers who kind of know what the hell is going on, that can figure out. And my number one question is, I ask them, I'm like, "Do you have a passport?" Because guess what? You can apply for a passport right now. You can't. So that means if you don't have a passport and shit hits the fan or something, and you want
He
to,
can't be a passport, bro. He can't.
yeah,
He can't go to Colombia. I was gonna say you can go to Colombia and get you a hot Latina. That's my plan, bro. I want to go get me some hot submissive Latinas over there.
yeah,
But I want to say, go ahead. No, I want to say this, guys. Also, keep your eye out on automation and something called the fourth wave industrialization. The guys at the Black Brain Trust are covering this, where once this 5G kicks in, bro, the technology is going to go into another phase. And then sometimes BGS talks about the singularity, but I don't know much about that, so I'm not going to talk about that at all. But I'm just going to say this: the technology, guys, keep an eye on what's going on with automation. Because once these robots start taking some of the jobs, you better be in a because also what do you call this what do you call essential jobs, right? Right now you have essential jobs, right? Like grocery stores,
Right.
hospitals, police, military, of course. You need the military, bro. You have to have a military. I don't care what you do. Firemen, all that stuff, right? Let's once this soft reset is done with, using this pandemic as an excuse. There's going to be a new world. If the world keeps going, bro, let's look out. Like, look out for what kind of jobs you can get out here. Some jobs you're not going to have anymore, man. And that's and you fasting. Be careful, because those trucks are going to start driving themselves. We don't know when, but that's going to come too.
That will be in a few years.
Yeah, that's going to be a while though.
Yeah, because like that's why I say that's the whole point of selling to 5G. all 5G is doing is just making the internet faster. Because I'll give an example. The whole thing about selfless trucking that cannot work in Kansas. You want to know why? You drive for 3 hours without any Wi-Fi. So that means they have to install everywhere. So America doesn't have the infrastructure to do that. That's why I say the main reason of 5G is not the self driving car. No, it's to make Wi-Fi accessible everywhere because not everywhere in America have Wi-Fi, and they're gonna charge you for it too. They're gonna charge you for it. It's not a new technology. It's all it's doing is just enhancing radio wave. Radio wave is
Yeah,
made.
you're right.
Yeah, they
How,
just
how about major cities though? How about major cities? In major cities, will it be different? Because you have Wi-Fi everywhere in the major. Like I'm talking about
yeah.
the big cities where everybody lives.
They're just making it faster. Like,
Who-
I'll give you an example. Like
Okay.
I think Zero even mentioned it because Zero is a Zero, and I think Gabe. This is what I understand. I'm not a tech savvy. I'll leave that to tech savvy. But me, I'm just interpreting it from a common sense. I'll put an example. Right, the G just represents the speed. There was one time it was 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G. All it's doing is just increasing the speed of the signal and how the processing and everything. So you
And
downloading a
bandwidth,
video,
increasing the bandwidth too.
yeah, you downloading a video. Let's say you're watching on YouTube, right? And you're watching, let's say, a 4K, like a high definition video. For you to load up that 5 minute video may take a while because you're gonna be watching it and it's gonna be like doing the little loading, right? Because it's trying to download it so you can stream it. But with 5G, it will be like a snap of a finger. It will be that quick, bam, like you're
Okay.
just watching it.
Fasting, let me explain this. Okay, let's say you're a brain surgeon, right? You go to school. You're a brain surgeon. You're a neurosurgeon, and you're doing surgery on the brain, right? So you have to have doctors everywhere to be able to do that type of surgery. Now imagine 5G kicks in, and you have the greatest brain surgery. He happens to be in Germany, and you're somewhere in Kansas. That surgeon now can be in Germany and using via automation and robotics. He can be doing that surgery via 5G to someone in Kansas. Guess what? That's good. That's one less job. That's a high paying job that's taken away. So that's the danger of it. And then to even take it further is when you don't even need a surgeon anymore. The machine can do it itself. So like I know this is a long way to go, guys, but that's what it's gonna be fascinating, man. Pardon the pun. It's gonna be fascinating. So it's not yet. You got time. Save your money, but start to think about these things. And if it doesn't affect us, it may affect your children.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Man, I'm kind of excited that you guys are here that we can talk about certain stuff that we can't really say on other panels because I can understand certain panelists and content creators they don't want to touch on certain topic because it's very triggering and they want to keep their channel and stuff like that. But I'm like, man, I'm looking at it like, man, we're living in a time where we're in the information age. I don't give a damn. Let them strike me down. I don't care. Because guess what? The Bible says, speak into the wind. Some way, somehow, somebody's gonna hear something that's gonna be a blessing to them, and it's up to them to use it. But at least they heard something, and they were ignorant.
Can I add to this?
Yeah.
No, let me add to this, guys. Look at the shadow banning that's going on YouTube. Isn't that censorship? Because what you guys are talking about, YouTube basically decided we don't like what you're talking about, and so we're gonna basically shadow ban you. It happened. So we've already seen censorship in effect, right? Now you can say, you know what, I'm gonna go create my own platform, and you know what, go over there. But then, how are you ever? Are you gonna be? Everybody's, for whatever reason, we're all comfortable in Facebook, we're all comfortable on YouTube, we're all comfortable on Twitter. It's going to be very hard when you create your own platform to transfer 1,000 subscribers. It's not that's it's very interesting, right? But if you had your own platform, you can say whatever you want. But because we're using YouTube, which is owned by Google, which is owned by Alphabet, you have to abide by their community rules, and they can change those rules at any given time because it's a private entity. It's a business. They don't have to follow what the government says. You know what I mean? Even though those two work hand in hand. So I just want to kind of add that. You look at how they're censoring certain content creators while others are not, depending on what you're talking about. If you got a video about cats playing with, cats just jumping around, you're okay. Yeah, that's what we want. But then if you got people talking some serious stuff, you get shadow banned. You talking about black women, shadow ban. You talk about feminists, shadow ban. You talk about the gynocracy, shadow ban. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they get mad.
All-time high.
It's the real censorship. I mean, it's secret censorship. They're not telling you that they're doing it. I call it secret censorship. See, in China, they just tell you straight. See, in China, they just tell you straight in your face. Look, God damn it! If you keep doing it, we'll just block you from riding the train, the plane, the bus, anywhere. No hotels, no fucking nothing because you keep talking shit. So fuck you. We just gonna block you. But over here, they don't tell you that. They don't send
have to talk you. You got your freedom. So and that's
they
why
don't email you.
Americans are very sensitive to their freedom, so they can't come out in the open and talk like that because that would be dictatorship. But they're doing it under the radar. They're very slick about it.
In secret. They do it through media. They do it through manipulation. They don't do it just bold. It's not blatant and bold.
Yeah. That's wild. Hey, a quick question. I want to talk on the topic of money. Like, any one of you playing around with the stock market and all that stuff? Are you guys doing that?
Not the stock market, but Bitcoin and cryptocurrency.
My cousin, he was doing what is it? He was working for Walmart, and then during the pandemic, he basically took a month off for his safety, and he discovered one of his coworkers told him about the stock market, and he no longer works for Walmart because he was able to basically turn his income by doing the stock exchange. But the last week and this week, man, the stocks has been just plummeting, going way below. That's why a lot of companies they're going down. I predicted Vision was here yesterday. He can say that. I said I know something major is gonna happen between August and October that will basically guarantee Donald Trump to be president. And I say on one side it's gonna be something very positive, and on the other side it's gonna be something negative, where it's gonna be like a natural disaster, something major. So to basically, even we're gonna have all those kind of stuff happening. What this administration is gonna do to the American people will guarantee a smooth sail for Donald Trump to get his second term. That's my prediction.
It's gonna be tough, fasting. It's gonna be tough.
Don't we have a natural? Sorry, don't we have a natural disaster right now? This COVID thing is a natural. It's a pandemic. Is that not a disaster?
But they're not.
Pandemic, and
they're not calling it natural disaster. That's what they're saying.
Because you know why? I was just talking to somebody about this. You know, I'm not taking it seriously either, guys. But when I start seeing dead bodies in front of my doorstep, then I'll be like, okay, this is a pandemic, and that's what it might take. Hopefully, it doesn't go there. But you know what I mean? They're saying people are dying, but we're not seeing it. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, if this virus as deadly as they mentioned, you're not gonna have 2% of people dead of the numbers of people who caught it based on the numbers. See, even in the numbers, only less than 2% of people die. Less than 2%, and you shut down the whole country for 2% of. Look, let me ask you: since when the government care about your health? Do they pay your bills? Do they pay your health? They don't. You can't even afford your health care bill, and do you think they really care about your health with this? Come on.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that Obamacare you guys had, or it's actually called Montgomery Care. yeah. And it got basically Trump basically shut that down.
I'm so glad Trump took it off. They had a penalty, right? That if you didn't have your own insurance, right? Like me at that time, I didn't have insurance. I never believe in the healthcare. Like I'm like the witches and warlock. They're in the business of killing people, not helping people, right? So I never had health insurance ever, right? But because of that stupid law, if I didn't have a health insurance, they were cutting money for my income tax. When I did my income tax, they'd be like, "Oh, you can't get everything because you don't have health insurance." So I was forced to get health insurance that I didn't need. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, it's my free will. I don't want a health care. I don't want to pay for health care because I don't trust health care. Why are you punishing me for choosing not to have a health care insurance? So they were forcing you under the guise of saying they need to help you. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. But they punished me for a few years that Obama was in power, and then once Donald Trump came, he said, "Okay, we're gonna lift that penalty for you not having health insurance." that they're gonna basically strike you with a tariff that they'll take out of your taxes. It's crazy.
Well, Fastin, you know about that Trump anti social media censoring thing he's
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
do?
yeah. They say
Okay.
it's. I think they say it's supposed to go effective this month, or like August, right? Like that's why I don't know. Maybe YouTube and Facebook they're trying to, because he threatened them. He said that if they don't stop the censorship, he's basically gonna pull government funding. And that's why I tell people all these program and stuff like that they government fund. It's just like you come up with something, right? You come up with an idea and everything, but you don't have the money for
Corporate
it.
welfareism.
You get
Corporate welfareism.
yeah. So they're scaring them. They say, okay, you eat our bread and you're going around and basically censoring people. You're abusing your power. Okay, we're gonna pull the money. Shut up. Stop doing what you're doing. So that's the battle that's happening right now. So Trump is like, hey, this is my administration now. I can pull the money. I got the pen. I can pull your money. Now
If
what are you gonna do?
if fasting, let me make a correction. It's your money actually. It's a taxpayer's money. And you
Yeah,
know Facebook, SpaceX, Tesla, you name it. All major corporations were built off your tax money. They
yeah,
go to universities, which is your money, right? All these colleges and universities, Bill Gates and these guys, they go there, they start with their ideas and they drop out early. Even Mark Zuckerberg, they drop out. You have funded all of this. You funded Facebook. You funded you name it, you guys funded it. And when you say government money, I do understand what Trump is saying, but
Facts.
that is your money.
Facts.
That is
yeah,
your
yeah.
money, guys.
Hmm.
All of you, every single one of you in the United States of America, you guys have funded the technological revolution of this entire planet.
Yeah.
And now China is riding off of you guys. They don't need you anymore. They're going to surpass you.
Yeah, what they do is they just copy everything America has. And you want to know why they copy? Because it was part of their law when Mao Zedong basically opened the borders for foreigners to come to invest. He had one rule. He said, hey, I'm going to lower your tariffs. You're not gonna, your tariff is probably going to be like what, less than 5%, very cheap compared to other countries. But on one condition, you're going to have to teach the Chinese how to run shit. So think about this, right? That's what I always say about Africa. Africa, the mistake is they allow these foreigners to come in. They're only gonna work with their own people. They're not gonna teach the locals. And then when they leave, guess what? They leave everything, and Africans don't know how to run it because they didn't gain
Exactly.
knowledge to run it on purpose.
Yep.
They have the government.
Congo's a sad.
Yeah, they have to force
Congo's a saddest
it.
story, man. Yep.
China was smart. Mao Zedong, even though it was a communist country, but he did something good for his country. He's like, hey, this guy got the knowledge. We like it. China didn't have a railroad system, but look at them now. They set up railroads everywhere around China. They
They got the
developed.
fastest bullet train. They got the submarines that can go the lowest in the ocean. Plus, they're still struggling with the aircraft carrier. So you got to give the United States that one. Even though the USA did commission two of those aircraft carriers, which are basically nuclear cities. So they're still struggling with that. They actually had to buy one off. They had to buy one off Russia because Russia couldn't even keep up.
Yeah,
So military supremacy still belongs to the USA. Hopefully, USA can keep that one.
yeah. And here's another thing people don't know. A lot of knockoff products that are made in China, they go everywhere else. But America has a contract that everything that comes from China is going to be authentic, meaning it's going to be of high quality. So, like a Versace, they will make it seem like it comes from Italy. No, everything is made in China. But because for American consumer, it's quality. Same thing with like t-shirt, like sports jerseys and all that. Everything is made in China. But guess what? In over there in Congo, the Chinese will sell the same like a Michael Jordan or Kobe's jersey, but it's gonna be trash. It will change color after a few wash. Where you actually get the highest quality here. So like that's what I say. It's hard for an American if you want to do business in Africa and you want to bring American products over there, you're gonna lose because it's gonna be expensive. The people can afford it, so you have to get the Chinese knockoff of it. That's why a lot of Americans who understand that what they do is they're gonna go to China or Dubai and they're gonna get the product and then take it to Africa and sell them. That's why a lot of African businessmen do. They will go to Dubai. Like Dubai now is like a big center because a lot of stuff like instead of they're going all the way to China, they're just gonna go to Dubai because it's like a going to China is kind of far. And Dubai, what they do is they have a market where Chinese businessmen, they will bring their stuff. So a lot of people are going to Dubai to buy them in bulk and then bring it back to different parts of Africa to sell it. That's the business that goes on. But a lot of people don't know that. So if you think about doing any business in Africa, don't buy American product here. You're gonna lose because it's gonna be expensive to sell it over there. Go get
Hey,
stuff.
Fasting, sorry, can I say this to you? Sorry about that.
Yeah, go
Isn't
ahead.
this kind of weird though? If you're saying this COVID-19 is not real, right? I don't know if it's real or not, right? And look at how look at how European markets have been shut down. Look at how Western markets have been shut down. Look at how Central and South American markets have been shut down. But from what I've heard so far, the Chinese market is stable, and I don't know about the African market. Like,
Hey,
so if this virus is not go ahead.
I'm saying like that. See, the questions you're asking, that's what a person who uses his brain should ask. He's just not gonna accept the narrative they give you. But see, by you asking those questions, they're gonna call you crazy, tinfoil, or what is it, conspiracy theorist, and all that because you're asking the right questions that nobody else is asking. A lot of people, they guess what? A lot of people are very passive, so they just go, "Oh well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear my
Yeah.
mask." Because that's what I say. They beat down people so much, they made you comfortable. That's why I say a lot of Christians will take the mark of the beast in America. Why? Because of the lifestyle. They're never gonna give it up. So if they give an option, hey, we're gonna kick you out of your houses, but if you want us to erase your debt and you can own this house now, just take the chip. Let us insert this thing in you, and you'll be good to go. How many Christians are gonna take? Because Christian theology have programmed them to believe that the Antichrist will come after Jesus come and rapture them. So if there is no rapture, whatever the government gives you, it's not the mark of the beast because you were told the mark of the beast
Yeah.
comes after your rapture. So
Yeah.
they're gonna
Can I make
take.
this?
I feel you.
Can I make this confession to you guys though? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You know, fasting. We were talking about this yesterday, so you know exactly where I'm going. Hey guys, I still believe in the American dream. That's the American dream. There's gonna be one correction to the American dream. You get the two garage house, you get the house, you get the garage, you get the family, and you get that woman, right? The only change to this dream is that that woman ain't gonna be there at the end. She was the trophy, right? But the way these women are behaving in a feminist society, nah, bro, I'm doing it for myself. I ain't doing it for her. But the whole thing is what I'm trying to say is by you still chasing success, by you still chasing a career, even with this pandemic or fake pandemic, we still want to be successful. We still want to make money, invest in the stock market. Men do men things, right? And because of that, I'm not concerned about the market of beasts or the end of days or whatever. I don't care. I still got money to go make. You know what I mean? Whether it's real or not, now I'm realistic. I ain't gonna be a Michael Jordan. I ain't gonna be a Jeff Bezos. I can at least accept that. I'm not gonna be a billionaire, but you're still chasing that success, so that you can live comfortably and be able to travel the world. And so, as men, we're trying to figure that out. And all I'm trying to say is, because of that factor, I don't care about COVID-19. I don't care about when Jesus Christ is coming back. I'm sorry. I don't care if it's the end of days, because I'm still chasing that dream, that American dream, whether it's real or not.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
hear you.
do you guys know who Yuri Bezmenov is? Do you
N-
guys know who he is?
I've heard the
Yuri,
name, but it doesn't. I don't know. Tell us, who is he?
okay, I'm gonna play his audio.
Okay, hold on, just for 1 second before you do that.
Oh, yeah,
Fast.
go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna
I
get
just want
the.
to give you and Vision props, man. I've seen you guys on several panels, and you guys usually will show books. And to Fasting, I think you showed like 4 books. I think I got them all.
Okay.
Vision, recently you showed some, and they had to do with like religion and the Jewish faith and stuff like that. Vision, you had some stuff on esoteric stuff, esoteric Hollywood, the Luciferian conspiracy, or blacks, devils, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. I actually got the esoteric Hollywood yesterday. I'm about to break into that. So I just want to give you guys some props. I really appreciate that.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. Hey, listen, my man. I used to be a heavy conspiracy theorist. There's a man by the name of Alan Watt. It's called Cutting Through the Matrix. Check out his website. His name is Alan Watt, and it's called Cutting Through the Matrix. He actually lives up here, right? Like, I used to be a heavy conspiracy theorist, but at the end of the day, as a man, we still gotta live in this world, right? And so
Exactly.
you know, now when you get into masonry and you get into secret societies,
Hmm.
they talk this talk behind the scenes. We just don't know about it, right?
Yeah,
But
absolutely,
we're
absolutely.
so they do their thing. You know, Mason. I have a Masonic lodge not too far from here, and I have no idea what they're doing, right? And that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be. But like I know about that stuff, but then it came a point in my life where I had to put that stuff away, and I gotta go get this money now. You know what I mean? And then,
I
but
feel you. Hey, Vision, I've been there,
I
man. I've been
yeah,
there.
yeah,
I've totally
yeah,
been there. But
right.
for me,
And then listen, my man. When I started telling my friends about this, you know what they started saying? You're crazy.
what?
You're a tinfoil hat. And you know what? I said, okay, guys, I'm backing out. I'm done. So I'm very careful. But I was showing those receipts because I don't care anymore. I'm not scared. I just want to show
Yeah.
everybody where I went and where
Hey, so I'm gonna. I don't want to say it out loud, but I'm gonna send you a private message on how to. There's certain things I'm looking for. Maybe you can help me with it. I'll send you a private message. Okay.
Is that fasting or me? Because I got nothing, bro. Fasting is the man that can
No,
help
no,
you.
no, no. It was something that you showed. It was something that you showed.
Okay,
I'll,
DJ
I'll,
Kuda as well. Don't get it twisted. He knows his shit.
yeah.
All right, go ahead. Here, you want me to give you my email? I don't care.
No. I'm doing it in the private chat. I'm doing it right now.
Private
Private
chat.
chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me. The video I'm about to play. It's only 7 minutes long, but it basically, the guy who's gonna be speaking, he was an ex KGB agent, and he defected to the Americas, and he basically was spilling the beans about the plan the Soviet Union had for America with when it comes to liberalism and all that. So, like the
Fasting. No.
what's that?
Fasting. Let me stop you right there. I know exactly what you're talking about now. You know what? These guys, those agents made it into Canada and they implemented the plan in Canada has already been implemented. Canada is a communist feminist state.
Oh
The
yeah. Oh
plan has been successful.
yeah.
Like I know exactly what you're talking about, and Alan Watt talks about this. I'm sorry I had to say it. They've succeeded in Canada. They've done it. The job is done.
Yeah.
Canada is under. Canada ain't getting out. Now the USA guys, you got your guns still. You're good. Keep those guns.
Let me play it. I'm gonna run in the bathroom a little bit while it plays, but you guys can take a listen. And those people in the chat, just listen to this. This interview was in 1984, 1985. So take a listen. 1 second.
Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? because this is the minimum number of years which requires to
Hello?
educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. The time bomb is ticking, but every second the disaster.
Yeah, that basically I wanted to play that clip. So, what do you guys think, man? This guy was talking about this stuff in 1984, 85. I say you got a delay since you're watching on YouTube. Yeah. So Yuri, like the whole interview is very interesting. It's like an hour and 30 minutes. And he was a professor actually. He was a professor at a university. So he had like some class session where he was basically teaching how society are, and the whole subversion game, and how the Soviet, how they go and influence different nationalities, how to change the mindset. And they mentioned that it takes 20 years to demoralize or to change the mentality of people, like one generation. So this plan has been in the works for so long, man. It's crazy. I say you got the speaker on, huh, Phantom? Uh,
Hey, is it still playing the video?
no, 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 not anymore. No, no. The video is
Oh,
finished. Yeah. It was only six,
okay.
7.
I'm gonna answer the guy. I just sorry, is it Panther? You asked me that question. Yeah. You have to find New Wapians. We got a lot of New Wapians up here still, if you know what I'm saying. They do have a bookstore somewhere in Toronto, but I don't know where it is. I'm no longer in contact with those guys, So, but yeah, they're hard to find now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I couldn't find. You have to if there's any, they had the land in Atlanta, Georgia, right? So like whatever happened to those guys, whatever they disappeared to, right? Like brother Polite would be able to help you if he's. But I've heard different things about him, right? But I'm sort of a Neely Fuller kind of guy, right? If I hear something about you, I'm not gonna believe everything. I'll have to actually talk to you about it and confront you, right?
Yeah, that I
So
mean,
like,
it's supposed to be like,
yeah,
because like I say, you weren't there, you don't know what happened, so you can.
yeah,
I mean,
exactly,
that's
right. So
about you.
brother Polite was like on the social media was the closest thing to what a York would have been, right? And
Yeah,
so, and you guys know York is in prison for 166 years, right?
yeah.
And then they destroyed the land. But I don't know how bro. That is there's books in there's they have members in Trinidad, eh? They have members in London. So like in London, England, they're out there. But how to contact them, bro? I can't tell you because I was never really in, right? I was on the outside looking in.
Mm.
So that's the best way I can answer that. But I would recommend go to Alan Watt, get his books. Those are the closest things to get. But York said something about white authors. They only tell you half truths, and he was right about that.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna leave it at that. They don't tell you the full story.
yeah. That's the thing with information.
Yeah. So
You
I
know.
Yeah,
apologize.
I'm back, fasting. I had a problem with my
Oh,
audio, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
okay. So
Hey,
so
don't
you
forget
didn't hear anything
Mike.
I just said, Panther?
No, I did.
Yo,
I
did you hear
heard you.
everything I just
I
said?
heard you.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
heard
yeah, I
you.
do apologize because I do apologize, but I did meet a girl up here. I went to a
Uh-huh.
party in I went to a party in I went to a what's the name? A guy from the Zulu Nation came. Uri, the native Indian guy. He came up
Okay.
here, and I ended up meeting Ernie. Ernie, his name is Ernie. And then he's like a photographer for hip hop, right? He's a hip hop photographer. And I met this girl, and she was a hard staunch Nuwapian still. And then just by listening to what they were talking about, they do have a bookstore somewhere in Toronto. That's all I can say, bro. If I ever find out, I'll let you know, man.
Oh, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I do apologize. Yeah.
No, that's okay. No problem.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna should have like a show where we talk about, like I told Vision Phantom that since he have a lot of books, I will probably have like a show where he just picks one book. He basically tells like basically like be like a selling point, like tell us in summary what the information is contained, and why you should read it and stuff like that, and we can basically just have like a whole show where we're talking about it, because I figure I'm like some of the topics that I want to do is like I want to give certain brothers a voice, because I know there are a lot of brothers like me who have certain knowledge, but it seems like especially in our sector, we the conversation, like Zero was saying, pussy. That's why you can't talk about anything else but pussy, you know. And you know, if you're not talking about that, then nobody's gonna come and watch you.
Nobody's gonna come watch, right?
Yeah.
Right.
If we talk about, hey man, let's play this game, how to get girls and stuff like that, then everybody, hey, did you say girls? Oh, did you say booty? Like,
Hey,
I was
Pastor,
like,
let me ask you a
go
quick
ahead.
question.
Mm.
I'm looking at the title of a book. I haven't read it yet. I've had it for a while, but I want to see if you've heard of it. It's called The Greatest Lie on Earth.
No, I haven't heard that book yet, but you know what I'm gonna do? Since you mentioned it, I'm gonna go on my Amazon right now and add it on my waiting list because what I usually do is if I hear a book that I've never heard that's very important for me to read, what I'll do is I'll just add it on my shopping cart and just put in my saved items so that whenever
Yeah,
yeah.
I think based on what I've heard from you in the past on panels, I think you'll be interested in that.
What is it? The Greatest Lie, right?
Yeah, The Greatest Lie on Earth. It's by Hendry, Hendrie.
Okay, I see it. It came up. That was the first choice. Okay. It shows a map of the flat earth. Right? Ah yeah. Okay. Thanks, man. I'm adding on my willingness. Hey, don't be surprised if it will come back in a few months and it's not being $28. It's gonna be like $200. That's what they're doing. They're doing
Yeah,
like
that's what they do. That's what
they're
do,
raising the
man.
prices of certain books.
There's a book, man. It's a really good book. It's called The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. It's something that people never talk about when they talk about the Civil War. It has to do with not just black people. It has to do with people who look white, right? That book is anywhere from like $1,500 to $2,000.
Oh yeah! Oh what?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, put that in. Yeah, look that one up.
Yeah, I just saw it. It says it's $15,085 plus $3.99 shipping. It's used. It says good, and only 3 people have
mean
it.
1,500, not 15,000. 1,500, right?
Oh, 1,500. And there's one that says used acceptable. It's like 2,445. So only 3 people have this book available.
So you know that there's something in that book, man. I'm in New
Book
York,
burning.
right? I went to New York, so whenever I want to get stuff like that, especially when it comes with black people, I go to the Schomburg over here in Harlem, and I went down there and I requested it. I think they have one copy of that book. So what I did was I read a little bit of it and I took a few pictures, but I want the book so I can read the whole thing. I don't want to have to go to the library every day or every other day to read this thing. But
I'm reading some of the comments. It's one of the reviews. They say that this book it mentions about white slavery.
Yes.
See, that's what I tell people. It's employment. Slavery just means employment.
Yes.
The only difference is what they were doing to black slaves. They were not paying them. That's the difference. You only pay for them, quote unquote. When, hey, you have a place to stay. You're not paying any.
They were giving them room. They were giving them room and board, basically.
Yeah.
But you know what though? That's not even true though, Fasting, because there's some books that you read that'll tell you that, and I think even I don't know if it was David or someone even. I think it was David. Yeah, because I was surprised when he said this, but he said even the slaves had an opportunity to get like leave. Like when you're in the military, you go on leave or you go on liberty off the ship. So the owners would let slaves go so they could go out in town, man, and drink beer, hang out or whatever, and then come back. But people don't know that. They think that it was all what's being shown on the TV vis-a-vis.
I mean, it's like, that's what I say. It's like what we do right now. Like I'm on vacation right now. My slave is my trucking company. I'm their slave, and I was I'm tired. Let me take a 1 week vacation.
Hold on, but you don't work for anybody, right? You work for yourself.
No, I work for a company. I'm a truck driver, but I work for somebody. Okay. Yeah, I don't own my own truck. Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, so basically, I'm their slave. I'm a servant. I chose to be their servant. I went to them and say, "Hey, give me a position. I'll do what you tell me, and I will get paid." It's an agreement.
Interesting, man. Check this out. So, guess what they call people who work for the city any city municipality, what do they call these people?
I think public servant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're civil servants. So these guys are workers, but they're servants. So
yeah,
I
they
mean,
they should have
you wouldn't
just
think
said
they were
slave,
slaves
but they
because
don't want to say
people
it.
come and go.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're
They
still
don't want to
serving
say it.
other people.
Mm. See, like I say, they're very slick with words because they know words have power.
Exactly.
So if they call you black, they're literally minimizing who you are because that's not who you are. It's just a
But
color.
dude, black means that you're a slave.
Yeah.
That's what black means. Black means that you're at the bottom. I mean, this comes straight out of like the Brahmins, the caste system in India.
Yeah, the caste system. Yeah.
Right? The Dravidians were supposed to be the first people because they're indigenous, they're dark people. I mean, this is crazy to me because people will say that the black man was the first man on the planet. But then when we come forward in time, it's like, well, the white man, the white man is no, man. You was the first of everything.
Yeah.
If that's what you believe, if we were the first people, then we did all this shit first.
Yeah.
And obviously something happened. There was some kind of I don't know, something occurred. But how is it that you can localize and put everything else has animals and vegetation except people? Everybody came from one landmass and that's it. I mean, come on, man. People gotta think.
And another thing, like the continent, right? Like when you mentioned about America, according to the scriptures, the whole earth was one block of land. And there was an earthquake that basically moved the continents away. Now, when you mentioned, you said that America is not a new word, it's old. According to certain records, think about this. People talk about Atlantis and like civilization. Remember the Bible when it talks about that there were, gods that came among men and began to have children and they built cities. That was in the Americas. So when God split after the flood, after God split the earth, he pushed America far west, far away. So that
fasting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fasting. I'm gonna help you out right now. I don't share this with too many guys, but hey guys, I dropped a link for cutting to the matrix, right? I'm fasting. This is what you're always talking about right here. What does that look like to you?
No.
Right?
Yeah.
That is what you're always talking about, right? So and then here now, if you guys can see here, these are some of the names, right? And basically just you got Mitra here. You know the symbols basically. This is Benjamin Franklin, and he was part of the House Fire Club. So I would recommend. And then remember I was asking you yesterday. I was talking to you about this yesterday. We were talking about the four houses, right? This is the lion. There you go. Judah. There's Ephraim. There's Reuben. There's Dan. Right? Eagle. Remember we were talking this yesterday.
Yeah.
So I recommend you guys to go get the two books here. There's a little bit of astrology, astronomy. Here, look at this priest here. You know him, right? That's an ancient priest.
What's the name of the book? It's a syllabus, right?
Cutting through the this is cutting. This is I gave you guys a website, but I don't share this information with everybody, right? Because people, and then now you look at the people, right? Just to show you, this is not information you can share with everybody, but there's only 9 of us watching, right?
Yeah.
So just look at of course the obelisk.
So you're saying the link you send us basically it has the books, right, that you can buy.
Yeah, you can go buy the books there, and he's a white dude, right? But he's got knowledge, right? And then you'll be able to decipher whether he's wrong or right? So he's got I bought both books, but the other book I don't know where I put it. It's hiding somewhere. But
it's still available. Like I say, Vision.
You saw this before. You guys know about this, right? Jordan Maxwell. You talk about this.
Oh yeah.
You guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
And then here, these are the different translations. So
yeah, I have this book. It's called Lost Tribes in the Americas: The Origin of American Racism. Check this out. This is what in our book.
Who's the author, Bastien? Who's the author of that?
Oslo. Hold on one second. Let me see. Lost Tribes. Let's see. I'm looking at it because I bought it on Amazon, so I'm looking it up. Ronald Sanders or Ronald.
Yeah. I got that.
Yeah.
They just republished that about a year ago. Before that, you couldn't get it.
You couldn't buy it. Yeah.
You couldn't buy it. You couldn't buy it. Yeah.
I didn't buy it. Like
Another
the copy I have, it's a copy of a copy. Like I was saying earlier, like the original is expensive. You can't buy it. It's too much.
Right.
And
so yeah,
there's a passage
and
in
then
that book where the Native Americans. This is what they told them. They say that because they mentioned that they're from the tribe of Reuben, no, Ephraim, and they say Simeon is over there in the islands. Talk about the people in the Caribbean. That's why I say that they were even selling, like some of the natives that were here. They will sell to what you call Cuba, Puerto Rico, and all that. They had ships. Like Native America, they weren't just some dumb people just sitting on a block of land. They were fishermen, and they knew their brothers were a few miles in the ocean. So they were not dumb. Like the way they make it seem like, oh, they just had some hunts. The reason why they had tents was whenever it's winter, they will move south, away from the cold. That's the main reason why they were living in tents. And then whenever the weather goes back to normal, they'll migrate back.
When you're talking about the Western Plain Indians, those weren't the Eastern, like what brother Top Cat was saying. He said that was mainly something that the Plains Indians did. That wasn't the so-called Black Indians. The Black Indians had more settled. They were more stable.
Yeah.
And their housing was totally different.
Yeah, I mean that's what I say. Each kingdom had their way of living. They were like they tried to. The way they tell the story is like, oh, they were all universal. They had
exactly. And remember what he said,
but they're not the same.
But remember what he said when he did this presentation and he showed you the Black Indians, and then when he went to Plains Indians, in that article on Wikipedia, it said that most people use the Plains Indians as the prototype for all of the Indians.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. That's what I say when it comes to Africa, right? They just put all Africans the same. No, we're different. Like me, for an example, we call ourselves the Bantu people. Us and Ethiopians, we're black, but we're not the same. Ethiopians are different, but they're black, but we're different. And even if you look at us, we're not the same. That's why think about this. I'm from Congo, right? Many people, they confuse me with Nigerians. You want to know why? Because Nigerian and us, we're all Bantus. We share the same ancestry. That's what we look alike. And a lot of Southern Americans, a lot of them, they brought them from the Congo region. That's why whenever I go to Louisiana, I'll see some of the little like the streets or name of certain locations. I'll be like, man, this name is Bantu. I'll be laughing, man. So I'm like, how the hell you gonna have some weird name like Gambo or Bambo, like some weird like Congolese name? I'm like, that's weird. But like I say, that doesn't tell people that doesn't discredit that there were natives here that look just like us, and some of them had straight hair, because people don't understand. Black people, we come out different shapes.
Exactly.
It's one organic thing. Like people need to get this out of their head. When they say Africa, there's a variety of people. You got short Africans, you got tall Africans, you got bulky, muscular Africans, you got skinny kind of Africans. So here in America, the difference is there was a lot of interbreeding. So what you see today, the Black American you see today, he's like I would say, it may sound kind of weird, mean, but it's like they're like a bologna because they're a mix of everything. Like this Indian, they got this African, they got this Irish, you got British, and at the end of the day, that's what I say. Even do an experiment. Look at white Europeans, right? Europeans who are straight from Europe, and look at white Americans. They don't look alike. No, they look different. But they're the ancestors.
Even the British don't look like Americans.
Yes,
white Americans.
White Americans are a mixing of everything. And I always tell people, don't judge people by the color of the skin, because I'll tell you this: a lot of white people, they're actually black, but they're white. Don't be surprised, because, like I said, the shaming that they didn't want to call themselves mixed. So what they do is they're gonna marry a white girl, and then after generation, they're pale, they're light, but the bloodline, if you were to trace it all the way back, the father was black.
Right. Right.
So at the end of the day, it's like, man, you see there, and either if the father is white, right, there's still already a mixing of black there. So the future, how you will look, will be different. You know.
I mean, well, look, I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon, but with this whole SYSBM movement, I mean, if that takes hold, then it's a wrap, man. It's gonna be like everybody's gonna be mixed up.
Yeah, well, check this out, bro. In the Bible, when it talks about all the 12 tribes, right? That they're gonna that when the Messiah returns, he's gonna basically gather them, right? Now, according to John, the Revelator, right? This is what he was seeing in a vision. He said he saw a multitude that couldn't be numbered, and he said a multitude out of every nation, right? Now in Christianity, when they teach it, they say that okay, it talks about the were the 144,000, right? It says became out of the 12 tribe, and then it says another multitude. So the Christianity says, oh, the multitude is the Gentiles, right? That it's the heathen who are drafted in. No, those are all the 12 tribes who basically were assimilated into all races. So at the end of the day, when John saw his people, he said his people look like everybody else.
Right.
The main leaders are black.
Right.
But all the rest of the people, they look mixed. That's why he say, I saw a multitude out of every nation. Now, when people read it, they think, oh, it's everybody. No, it's not everybody. It's just God's the chosen people. They look they look Asian, they look white, they look Indian, they look Ethiopian, because they mix themselves amongst the people. So the Bible is not lying. Christianity is lying. The Bible is not lying.
Right.
So even that's again
a good point.
Yeah, like my tribe is mixed with the pygmies. So even myself, I got some pygmy in me. Even though my family is Bantu, so we mix with them. So I mean, it happens a lot. It's gonna happen, but
you know what? But see, this is a difference, man. Like other peoples can do that. See how easy it's for you to trace your lineage. You just said I'm a Bantu people and pygmy, but when you ask black people, well, who are you and where you're from?
They don't know. Yeah,
they don't know, man.
Yeah.
The only thing you can say, the only thing I can tell people at this point is that, my mother is from Virginia, my dad's from Maryland. His mother was from South Carolina, and both sides of my family have said to me when I was young, do you know that you have Indians in your family? And then my grandfather's mother, they just flat out said she was Indian. And I met her. And guess what? She was a dark-skinned woman.
Yeah.
She looked nothing like what they show on TV. But they said, yes, she is an Indian.
Yeah.
And my grandfather, in like kind, when he wasn't at work, you know what his preferred shoes were? Take a guess. What he would wear all the time when he didn't go to work.
Was it
sandals?
Yeah, but they're like sandals, but in the indigenous culture they call moccasins.
Okay, I would not have guessed that.
Moccasins are the precursor to penny loafers or loafers that men wear and women wear. It comes from
that's even in the picture you can see them wearing it. Like because I know now they make them with furs and all that, like they make it kind of squishy. But if
those are, I mean, that's like that's what the Uggs.
Yeah.
They're doing all that kind of things, but the basic template for that type of shoe was called a moccasin.
Yeah.
And my grandfather used to wear those all the time.
Yeah. And here's another thing that proved that the Native Americans were the Israelites too. Look at them; they had fringes on their clothes.
Yes.
And they called to create. They said the Great Spirit. They say that He made everything, and the land is free and it's ours. And they didn't fight like in their culture. They didn't fight over land per se. Like how Europeans did. All they did is they're like, we're free to use it. We're not supposed to own it. We're just borrowing it. That's how they look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then because of their mentality, the Europeans, they used it against them. That's the whole thing. There was a lot of deception and everything.
Hey guys, I just want to add this quickly. Like, hey, listen, when it comes to knowledge, because I gotta go soon. When it comes to attaining knowledge and collecting knowledge, there's two paths you can follow, right? Like you got the Jesuits out here. You got fasting. I don't know if you know about this. Let me go there. You have the black pope, you have the white pope, right? So there's a lot of contingencies going across the world. Like how the Catholic Church was able to go and conquer the world. How Spain was able to go and conquer the world, how the British was able to go and conquer the world. But you have masonry, you have so many different schools, right? And there's two paths you can take. You can join a school and follow the degree structure, and depending on how far you want to go, they will teach you what they need to teach you. Or like me, who doesn't want to be a part of any organization, you can try to play on the outside, but at the end of the day, we're always seeking. There's something not right about this planet, irregardless whether it be religious. There's just something not right. You know what I mean? Like things are not making sense. They
right.
gave us a dream. Go get a regular job. I tried that and didn't work. Why? Then you start to look into different institutions, different organizations, try to find out what are the players and what's going on behind the scenes. So all I want to say is I gave you guys that website, and just follow your heart. It's unfortunate because there's no one to tell you what's right or wrong anymore. You have to decipher. Like how you meet, when you meet a friend and he's plotting against you, but you don't know until he actually does something. So like except for Jesus Christ, he knew he was gonna get backstabbed, but unfortunately, the rest of us don't know that. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes you gotta follow your intuition and let it guide you to its best. So I share the knowledge, but I'm gonna tell you guys, I don't know shit. The more I learn, the more I know. I learn I know nothing. I'm serious, bro. Like, and one thing. Wait. Alan Watt said something about. I'm gonna share it. He said it. It's on the website. I gave you the information. If you get the CDs, he'll explain it. He goes, the way they work is, like, to be a master mason, you have to be third generation, right? And then they get with an Easter star, and you have to be third generation, and then you're groomed. Can you imagine? Now, let's say you with the level of knowledge you have, and you meet a woman with that level of knowledge. You guys get together, and you have a son, and you pass that knowledge down to them. But then they pass that knowledge down to the next generation. These are the people that are running the world. But again, guys, this is what it gets deep. Check out the website, sense, and and all I want to say is, we got Alan Watt. We had what's the guy that always yells? They banned them from YouTube. Him and Farrakhan.
Talking about Alex Jones.
You got Alex Jones, right? David Icke is a little bit too much for me. You have Jordan Maxwell, right? But when it comes to us black people, we don't have it, man. Like York, you saw what happened. Bambada, you saw what happened. I'm not judging, right? Farrakhan is still going strong. Who else? Professor Griffith's doing this thing, right? But like, we don't have the equivalent of what they have on that side, right? And it's not a color thing. It's just, I find that fascinating, guys. That's all I wanted to say.
Did you guys listen to was it Louis Farrakhan's speech that he had on
recently?
Yeah, on Independence Day, he had a speech.
I didn't hear it.
This is my opinion about it. Basically, that was basically his send off because he knows he's about to pass away. That was basically the message. Like if you listen to it, the mood and the setting, basically saying they got me and I'm gonna be out of here real soon. So here's my last message. That maybe if you guys don't hear me, but maybe after I'm gone, then maybe it will make sense. But while I was alive, I was just a talker. Everybody look at me as you say sweet things and all that, but nobody really took action. But he's like, maybe if I'm gone, maybe my words will resonate. So that's my conclusion from what I say. But that's just me. But to me, as an elder, he sounded like he's like, hey, I'm approaching death, and this is basically my last words for you guys because you may not hear me again.
Is this on YouTube, fasting?
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube. Yeah, it was like 3 hours. So
okay.
Don't be surprised. That's what I'm saying. A lot of things is gonna be happening this year, man. Like, just get ready, man.
Dude, I can't take no more, man. That's it. I can't take no more, man.
we lost Laila Africa this year, guys. Just so you know, like he was about health and stuff like that, and of course you saw what happened with Sabi not too long ago. So there is. there is something. And Laila Africa just checked out, guys. This year, bro.
Yeah, I
So
know.
yeah, this is just keep your eyes open.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna have to carry the mantle. You know, we've lost a lot of our greats. You know, I remember a year we lost Francis Cress Welsing. You know, we've lost
That's
a lot.
true. Yep.
Knock on wood, guys. Nilly Fuller's still going strong. You know, that's my guy right there. But I know a lot of people don't like him.
Yeah.
Well, you're pretty versed, Division. You seem to know a lot of these people. That's good. Neely, I don't hear too many people talk about Neely Fuller, man.
Oh, Neely Fuller was one point, bro. Like
I know
Neely Fuller. I don't care what you say. Let me tell you what Neely Fuller was like. You know, sometimes you don't want to believe anything. Like, this guy, even Francis Cress Welsing didn't believe in him, right? In the beginning,
right?
She didn't, and you know, he was a military vet. He was in Korea. He was in Japan. He was in Korea anyway. That's for sure. When Dwayne Wade's son decided to say, "I'm gonna cut off my dick," I was like, "All right, that's it. I'm done. It's over." This guy predicted everything. That was it, and no one is getting it, bro. And you know, in the manosphere, he said we're gonna be feminized. They're gonna feminize the black man.
Yeah,
he said it. They're gonna, and it's happening. And then you look at all the infighting that's going on in the manosphere, all the doxing. If people were to read that book from front to cover, you would see why. Like, now, of course, Francis Cress, like Neely Fuller said it this. He said, I don't care about what happened in the past. I just care about how can we move forward. You know, deal with what we're dealing with now, right? Where Francis Cress Welsing tried to find the source, right? And then you got books like Destruction of a Black Civilization, right? Those will help you find out what happened. How did we get here? So Francis Cress Welsing was trying to find out why we got here. Where Neely Fuller was like, I don't care. We got to move forward. You take care of that. I'm going this way, right? And then Dr. Joy DeGray will also tie in, you know, with her post-traumatic slave syndrome book. She will tie in why we hate each other. You know, why we shoot at each other. Why we kill each other. Why when we get in this space, we mock each other. You know what I mean? We sell each other out. Like we've been conditioned. Like not only through slavery, which was 400 or 500 years, but also we had slavery in the Arab world, which is 900 years old. And then you had colonization. They have been abusing us over centuries. What do you do? And then Dr. Joy DeGray said it the best. She said that, especially about the American people, she said you're an incredible people because basically they just freed you, and there was no psychologist to help you deal with the trauma after the rape, after the hanging, after the killing, after the lynching, after the discrimination. There was nobody for you guys to talk to. You guys, okay, go figure it out, and you haven't figured it out. It's not fair, right?
You're right, man.
So that's why, So, all right, guys. Excellent conversation. I gotta go.
Yeah, man.
All right, man. Thanks.
Vision. Good talking to you, man.
Yeah, man. Peace out.
Oh yeah. That's what I appreciate about. I'll say shout out to DJ Kuda, man. Like he really motivated me to basically get my stuff together so I can start streaming because there's a lot of voice that needs to be heard, and I think sometimes you gotta have motivation, and not everybody can do everything. You know, shout out to Ramil and Mr. Fantastic that were here earlier. Like Mr. Fantastic, you know, he's in the military, so there, you know, he can live stream and all that. But he said himself, he said this is like a gig for him. It's something like entertaining because he has a full-time job already. But they can't have all the mantle for themselves because and certain things they can't say on their panel. So some others may take that mantle and talk about it. Like I was saying, like if we're not talking about women and stuff like that, nobody. So maybe I'll take the mantle where even if we have a few people listening, but it's the people who want to hear the stuff that we're talking about, and hopefully they can use it. Like another reason why I talked about the stock market because usually a lot of people, if they know something, they're not gonna tell you because they feel like, oh, I'm making money off of this, so I'm not gonna tell you. But I'm like, look, if I tell you about the stock market and what you need to do, if you make money, who cares? You taking action